Welcome back. Welcome back. What's going on, Pavel? Two and a half hours till CME closes. It's my OCD, YG. I can't sit a curved screen next to a flat screen because the borders don't match. You get that weird little gap in the border. That shit drives me crazy. So, like, once you go curved, you kind of have to keep going curved. I'll be real with you. If I do it all again, I would have got all flats. It looks cool. Don't get me wrong. It looks cool as shit. But you get more pixel space on flats, regular ratio. I will look at Mavia coin for you, brother, but only because you've asked 7 times in the last 12 minutes. I got you. This looks like shit. I mean, it's not the most horrible, right? Out of all the alts we're looking at. The problem is that Mavia really needs gaming to pop off. And we haven't seen that recently. Is it technically a higher low? Yeah. Right? the start of maybe something. My problem is this. The last time Mavia had a decent setup was way up here. Right. Once that broke down, it's literally just been a shit show. Mavia has the ability to pump hard. It apparently doesn't have the ability to hold its pumps though very well. But the biggest concern for me for this would be its BTC pairs. Right. Currently downtrending on BTC pair. Right, which means that holding BTC gets you a better return than Mavia as of right now. If we go Mavia ETH, same sort of deal, right? I mean, could you make an argument that it's finding a bottom against ETH and Bitcoin? Maybe. But in my opinion, you're taking a big risk that this is going to catch up with everything else. Mavia Soul. Right. I'm just going down the line to see if I can find an alt that Mavia is stronger than. Right now, Bitcoin, ETH, Soul get you a better return. Right, let's go Mavia Sui. Sui hasn't been doing great. Maybe you can get some love on Mavia Sui. Huh, there you go. Little something. All right. Showing some sort of life against Sui, but again, if it's time to go, right? Let's say bell strikes tomorrow, it's time to go. Alt season is on. How many people are standing in line to buy Mavia versus Sui? Right? What are the chances that this outperformance continues if everything moves? Like I said, you need gaming, bro. You need gaming. I held Mavia for a while, but without a gaming run, it's gonna be lackluster in my opinion. So just be careful. No, it's probably not what you wanted to hear, but that's what the chart looks like. Hopefully, you're not like super underwater on it and needing for it to pump, get out. If you ever want just a quick, easy way to know if you should be holding cash over a certain coin, Mavia USDT, right? This is Mavia's performance against the dollar. This is the dollar's performance against Mavia. Meaning just holding dollars all this time would have bought you way more Mavia at the end of the day once you decide to flip, right? We could just be setting the top side of the CME range here. Remember that this downtrend that we're looking at above us comes from our bigger drops. So honestly, we're wedging into a bit of a symmetrical here, except for that one deviation we had. It was in the spirit of until we had that break. Yesterday when I was looking at it, I was like, this could end up in a sort of symmetrical. It'd be right here. Right. But we already had a deviation out of the top, came back into the range, trying to break out now. A symmetrical triangle. My bad, circle. Go down to the 5 minute and watch this play. Yeah, I mean that's the one good news for today is that we did not get that 10 a.m. sell off again. So, is it a sign that they're done accumulating? Right? And they're ready to let the lid off of this? And I'll be honest with you, today they had every excuse in the world to dump that shit at 10 if they wanted to. Right? Nobody could even scream manipulation or bitch because of the Japan rate hike. That would have been a perfectly excusable reason to go ahead and drop this shit. Yet they didn't. It's interesting. If your EMAs are spaced out evenly and going sideways, it means that you're ranging. Right? When everything is going sideways, it means you're in a bit of a range. If you're pumping and your EMAs are spaced out evenly and widening, then that's calling for mean reversion. Right? These EMAs, they want to live together. Right? They want to be on top of each other. As price separates, right? As EMAs separate from each other, price will come down for mean reversion and it'll start to bring those EMAs back together. Right? So big separation from EMAs means there's mean reversion incoming. Tight spacing from EMAs means that you're ranging. Yeah, you'll notice sometimes, like on the weekend trap, it gets ridiculous. But on the weekend trap, all the EMAs are just stuck inside the weekend trap, going straight sideways. So you're starting to see some of that gathering of the EMAs here. And you got your 50, your 200, your 13, and your 800 right inside of what should be, as long as we don't pump too hard here, what should be our weekend trap range. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix my AC in here. All right.
All right, y'all. Something. Culture. Elevate your holiday. Of the University of Delaware. Of job without intelligence. This means complex tasks adapt to potentially without almost IQ. Welcome to Real Report, the Value Family. On the
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Oh, alts are looking okay.
What's going on, Discord? I guess I left my shit on last night. I was muted.
Hmm.
I got put in timeout.
No, it was just now. There was like news playing through your mic.
Oh. All right, cool. I was wondering. I was like, damn, did they catch none of that earlier? What's good, Joe?
Oh, I didn't catch anything. I'm just having my coffee here in my I Love Lucy cup.
Same.
And oh, I Love Lucy. Huh? Nice.
Having a nice hot coffee in my boo boo mug.
Oh, do they have a catchphrase?
Mm-mm.
No. Hmm.
Like, okay, interesting. This is our least favorite part of the day on Fridays, the hurry up and wait.
The 2 weekly didn't even wait for the 3 days. It just went bloop. I don't need no 3 days to be back above this.
Let's check our volume so we can make sure that these are really our traps. Yep. If you're ever sort of two ways about the traps, just remember that your traps are going to be accompanied by the largest volume spikes. Right? That's how you know that traders came in and got trapped there. Right? So our trap low has this volume spike here. This volume spike is bigger, but in comparison. And then our trap longs. Right? Right there. A good way to make sure that you're on the right track. Just in case you're ever drawing your traps out without me.
Crypto aged my face.
Now. Crypto gets a
Nope,
lot of
sticking to it.
blame nowadays.
Sticking
Okay.
to it.
Have you been doing what you need to do? Drinking tons of water,
Yes.
double cleanse, exfoliate, double moisturize. Crickets. Okay.
Yes, I
Just
do.
making sure.
Man, my girl gets all of that stuff. She's got a whole case full of products, and I steal some every day. It's from that leverage trading I was doing for a little while there. Like when ETH hit 3K or 4K. No, when it hit 4K. Then I stopped. But I could tell on my face what that kind of trading does. So I've been trying to reverse it.
Stress will do that, man. Stress will do that.
Hey D, do you ever get into Bitcoin conversations at Christmas parties?
No.
Oh boy, dude, I got a story. I'll make
They're
it quick.
very short.
Does this trap work only on this time frame or on any time frame types?
What do you mean? Not time frame based, it's more structure based than anything.
So this guy's super anti-Bitcoin or old school investor, and he started. I was hanging out with the Bitcoin peoples that like crypto. They probably don't even own crypto, but they act like they like crypto. And he's like, I can't believe you guys still have hope in Bitcoin. He's like, I said it right in front of us. We're all sitting there like looking at him, and none of them defend. They're all looking at me like as if I'm going to say something, and nobody defended their crypto. I said, okay, I like, okay, man, it's all. I said it's timing. I go, yeah, maybe right now it's a little volatile, and maybe we're going to see some retracement. We've seen a lot of retracement, but I go, and I didn't know the numbers or whatever exactly, but I said from 15,000 to 125,000 in less than 950 days. Crickets, dude. Crickets. He's just looking at me, yeah, well, it's still gambling. I just was like, it was so good to have that info on the top of my head because
Right.
we've stared at the charts for so long.
As you should. It's your investments. If you can't defend your own investments, then you need to do some more studying. You know what I mean?
It just, I can't believe I spit it out like that. I just went from 15,000 to 125,000 in 950 days. I just was like, and then I went back home and I looked at the chart and I was pretty damn close, man.
Yeah. 3 years.
But he's just like, I don't know. It's just, I think people, they always come out of the woodwork when Bitcoin is doing poorly, and yet they don't say anything when it's ripping faces off.
Just coping.
Yeah, I loved it though, man. I shut the conversation down. Everybody else was looking at me, and we were like eating some, like, I don't know, celery and like ranch dressing or something, and they're like looking at me and they're like, good one. And I don't actually think it was that much of an intelligent rebuttal, but like they didn't have anything. So I was kind of like, my type A personality came out.
Yeah, it's really not too difficult to defend Bitcoin. Just got to back up a little bit, make people look at it right. I went down a crazy rabbit hole yesterday. Super interesting shit. We'll just randomly stumble upon somebody's YouTube channel, and you're like, holy shit. There's this girl, she's an independent reporter. Right? Doesn't work for any sort of news agency or nothing. She's like super nerded out reporter type shit, right? Obviously trying to get a job in a bigger news thing. She's just doing it just doing it independently right now. But she did this report on the ballroom, on the presidential ballroom. And she said that she's 1000% convinced that this is not going to be a ballroom. And went like crazy in the detail, yo, digging into the donors, right? Digging into the builders, digging into the blueprints that were released. And she's under the impression that they are building a 9-story deep data center for AI, for the AI that's going to be in charge of controlling government systems and shit like that. And really, I mean, like when I say broke it down, I mean really broke it down. I was sitting there like, oh shit, good job. Now that I'm almost convinced that she's right.
I mean, even if she doesn't know, that's still really good entertainment theory.
Yeah. Now I 1000% agree that there will be a ballroom there. Right? There'll be a ballroom above ground, above this thing, but that's not the real intention. I mean, she went from everything. There was one built in Jerusalem that was 9 stories deep by the same builders, and the amount for the project, dollar amount, is roughly the same. Like, how is a ballroom going to cost the same as this bunker? Right? And then started digging into the people that are donating, right? And not everybody's donating money. Some people are donating products, and it's all like Oracle and like everybody that you would need for a data center. And she said, you know who's not on the list of donors? Swarovski crystals, Moet, any luxury items that you would expect to see in a ballroom, like they're all missing. Like, where's all the ballroom shit? Like, literally everything on the list is all data center shit.
Wow.
Pretty interesting shit. Super
I
interesting.
didn't even think that was going there. How about Raoul Pal and his lost faith in the crypto cycle, huh? And he thinks it's a 5.4-year crypto cycle.
Yeah, he
And
thinks
he
it's more
explains
tied to the
why.
business cycle. He's not, I mean, I don't think he's wrong. I just think that if we are going to get an extension, it's not going to be immediate. It'd be something that plays out over a couple cycles. We have to go through a full QE cycle before we can determine that. Before we can determine how much of this was just QT. and how much of it is any sort of like structural shift.
So you saw his little, I don't
Yeah.
know, it wasn't a TED talk, but he was explaining it. So you're saying that the next one will be 5.4, or you're
I don't think
I took
it's not that it'll be 5.4, right? So like the debt maturity basically is going from 4 years to 5 years, right? Which basically puts everybody on a repayment schedule of at least 5 years instead of 4 years, which he's saying could eventually affect global M2. And what I've always said is the only thing that's going to affect the 4 year cycle is if global M2 gets lengthened or shortened. Right. So he's not off. It's an interesting concept. I just don't think it takes effect immediately. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that it means that, now we go for another year. I just think maybe we start to get a bit of lengthening on the bull, a little shortening on the bear.
I mean, is it possible to say that 125 was the top and then we go, I mean, okay, let's say we're sitting in August of 2026 and we look back and we realize that 125 was the top,
Yeah.
and it starts to pivot in July, and to say that that was a 7th or 8th month bear market, is that legitimate enough to say that that is still within a cycle just because the bear market was so short?
Yeah, I mean, like, I expect the bear market to be shortened, which is why I slightly expected the bull market to be lengthened. Because, like I said, there's about 3 to 4 months during the bear market where everything drops and just runs flat. And in those 3 to 4 months, we try to convince the world that crypto's not a scam, right? Everybody's 1000% given up on it. There's nobody there to buy the bottoms. I don't see that happening this time. You're not going to have to convince BlackRock that Bitcoin's not a scam, right? You don't have to convince MicroStrategy. You're not going to have to convince VanEck. You're not going to have to convince Vanguard, right? Like, these guys are already on board. So I could see that lengthen that part of the cycle being shortened.
This is amazing though, man. Right when you
Sin
think
knows.
that everything is
Sinlo said it wasn't the top as long as my 500x short sits at 124. Market maker wouldn't let that happen. I hear you, brother.
That's so true.
He would
though.
never. Well, if it says anything, I've never been this heavily invested in the dead cat bounce section of our bear market as I am right now. And I wouldn't be if it wasn't for the real possibility of a continuation and a blow off top. I still haven't given up on that idea, or I wouldn't be as heavily invested in this relief rally as I am. I'd be sitting with my feet up.
It's getting kind of crazy, man. That downward parallel channel on alts is being tested right now.
Yeah, alts look like shit.
I mean, if it breaks out of that, what happens? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
is that gonna cause people to FOMO?
You're going to the fight, Parabolic?
They don't think this one's gonna be as fake. They think this one he's actually gonna get pummeled, but we'll see.
Let's be
I'm
real,
calling
guys.
market.
People pay to go watch Jake Paul fights to watch him get punched in the face. As long as he keeps getting punched in the face, they'll keep selling tickets. I don't know how many people actually go to the fight to see Jake win. They just like to watch him get beat up.
I don't follow those two that much, but isn't his brother the one that's really hated?
They're both pretty equally, in my opinion. What happened, Los? YouTube wouldn't let you on or something? I just want to see him fight somebody that doesn't need money from him. I want to see him fight somebody whose legacy is more important to them than a bag. That's what I want to see.
Did we ever figure out why Tyson kept biting his glove in that last match with him? Was that him just holding back?
Have you ever been in a fight with your girl and you about to say some wild shit and you're just like, ugh. You're just like biting your lip like, I swear to God, I'm trying
you
to.
just answered my question.
Yeah, that's what it was. I think he wasn't allowed to hit him too hard. There was some rules about where and how hard to hit, and Tyson was trying to pull his punches. He let him go a couple times, and you could see the look on Jake's face. He was like, hey, and then there was that one scene that everybody recorded where he had hit him real hard, and then he like falls into his shoulder, and he looks like he's whispering in his ear. But like, hey, don't.
Shit, I didn't see that.
That was a little hard. I felt that one. I need you to chill out. But you put him in there with somebody who has a legacy to protect and doesn't need the cash. Oh boy, that's what I want to see. Fight for your life.
I mean, I don't know why anybody would be surprised about how it'd be rigged because look how much what do they call it? It's not the WWE anymore, WWF. Maybe it's called the WWE, but look how much money that generates, and everybody already knows it's fake, right? So I don't know. I mean, what do you do as a gambler though? When you know something can possibly be rigged, what do you do on poly markets for something like that? Just they just don't offer the bet?
They offer it. You just decide whether you think this one's going to be rigged again or you think this is going to be the time that he gets sat down. Not really strictly Serbo, but I pay attention to it because other people pay attention to it really. But if we are to look, we were what? We had our waning crescent not too long ago. So we're waiting on. Yeah, I honestly don't like the shirt. It's cool to look at and all, but when it works, it works. When it doesn't, it doesn't, and there's no sort of warning, right? New moon dumped hard. Full moon dumped hard. All right, well, Here we pumped on the full moon, and then we pumped on the new moon. Okay, so here we dumped on the full moon, and then we dumped on the new moon. New moon dump, full moon pump. Better off flipping a coin, in my opinion.
Or waiting until 10 a.m.
Yeah. I'm so glad that shit didn't dump today, though. That would have been really bad for sentiment, bro, if we had another 10 a.m. dump today. There was a time where anybody that traded had to have a farmer's almanac with them, right? For cyclical sort of trading. But that comes from a time where our market was agricultural, right? Very, very big commodity based wheat, corn, all of that good shit. Right. So it was important to know if you were in harvest season, you're in planting season, right? And people used to make decisions based off of that. Then after it wasn't agriculture anymore, right? Once it became more business based, traders don't like to let go of an edge that we have, right? So we just continued using it. So it's not really based anymore on what it used to be based on. It's more enough traders agree to act a certain way on the full moon and act a certain way on the new moon, and then they just stick to it, you know. I don't think there's an edge there anymore.
Look at that, 10 a.m. Trap longs.
Yeah, but we didn't yeah, I mean we retraced, but we definitely didn't do what we did yesterday or the day before or the day before that. Big 10 a.m. dump, big 10 a.m. dump, big 10 a.m. dump. This actually held support, which is really good, actually. Very good, very good.
For now.
That's what helped me TP those trap longs. 1 hour and 45 minutes till CME opens or closes, sorry. Take it easy, Christian.
So CME closed right now. Where would you draw the weekend trap?
I think we're building it out. The last couple weekends we've sort of built out the range before CME actually closed. It's almost like market maker started setting the range early. Almost like he was picking where he wanted CME to close. Right? At that point it would be here. Like this is our current range. Way too early to call it, but if we keep ranging here in an hour, we'll open CME or we'll close CME, drop our line there. This is what I wanted. This is best case scenario. We want to give some room above that 2 week 50. In 2 days, we have to be above this. So my concern is if it was to come down and we were to trap like right there or even worse underneath, and then now we have to go sideways for 2 days and we've only got 3 days to get above, right? That leaves us 24 hours or like 12 hours as soon as the weekend trap breaks to make the move and get back above. That's too much. We're drawing it way too close at that point. So I'd rather do it like this. I'd rather have a weekend trap. Market maker, if you're paying attention, follow me. Weekend trap. Pop up. Free the trap longs, right? Maybe, let me see what these liquidations are. I think they finish right at the top there. 1 second. Come on. Yeah, right. So roughly into that hot spot for a false move up, and then a 3-day down, but our weekly closes here, right? Our 2 week. If not, we're gonna run into some problems because to have a trap short, to have a false move down, we've got to take out these trap shorts. If we spend 1 day in here, now we've only got 1 day left for this to play out. Then 2 days in here, now we've only got now we've only got half a day for it to play out. And then we sweep to have a false move. And then we're gonna have what? 6-7 hours to get back above 2 week. I don't want to play that game. We played that game a couple weeks ago and we lost against the 50 EMA on the weekly. So I'll have to see how that plays out.
You amaze me at how much you can keep inside your head and put out there. Thanks.
No, you're welcome, bro. It's a bit of a sickness. But you know, we plan and the market laughs, right? So all we can do is wait and see how this plays out. But if we want to have the least amount of problems possible, we need to trap above. Yeah, there's gonna be a big rebalancing. There's also gonna be a big rebalancing when it comes to this yen carry trade. If we don't get a reaction on Monday and everything seems like it's gonna be okay, there's gonna be a lot of position rebalancing. Right? A lot of people went negative, or went bearish because of this that would have to reset their trades. Yeah, you can scalp the weekend range if it's big enough. My favorite trade for the weekend though is what we did yesterday, right? Buy the trap shorts and sell the trap longs. But let's say we have a weekend that traps longs first. Right? I would buy the trap shorts and then come into the weekend trap, and then I'll wait for that deviation outside of the trap. I usually have a deviation above and below during the weekend, right? So the first deviation we get outside of the trap, I sell it. And then go back to sidelines. That's what life is about, King. Using the shit that makes you weird and flipping it to your advantage. Overthinking is annoying as shit, right? Because you spend there just ruminating over shit. But until you realize that most people don't think, that's when you notice it's a superpower. You just got to be able to control it. If you can't control the overthinking, that's when it becomes an issue, right? You end up rabbit holing over and over and over. But if you have ADHD and you can get yourself to hyper focus on something that benefits you, then there's nobody that can touch you, right? Because nobody's gonna put in the amount of time, the amount of effort, the amount of thought, the hyper focus. Right? It's difficult for people. Yeah, straight up. Old enough to know the right car to buy. Well, young enough to know the right car to buy. Old enough to not put rims in it or hydraulics. Somewhere in the middle. What do they say? Young enough to know the right watch to buy. Old enough to not put diamonds on it. Damn, 65, bro. Shit. Casio's a good watch, man. Don't sleep on Casio. Casio's god tier watch. People think that it's just affordable, but a Casio will keep your time to the second for the next 5 years with no attention. G-Shocks you can ice out. That's acceptable. I like G-Shocks. It's just a good, like, unbreakable watch, bro. I've seen G-Shock sit in collections with Audemars and Pateks. Yeah, I'm a bit of a mutt, Pavel. That's what I'm wearing right now. Old vintage Casio digital with the world map. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. If you're buying watches to impress the next dude, that's not the right reason to buy watches. You buy expensive watches because you fall in love with mechanical watches. if you're not gonna nerd out on mechanical watches, then you're just wasting money, bro. Although I'll be honest, nothing opens doors more than a nice watch. You walk into a room with the right watch, it does start conversations that you probably can't have without it. Yeah, I have automatic watches.
Hey, Dbloc, I got a question for you.
What's up?
It seems like there's always a couple coins that in each market try to, they rebound quicker than others. So specifically Fart Coin. Is there a reason why? And I've been watching every single time we bounce back up and test and go back up. That Fartcoin's leading the pack. It's
Yeah.
always first. Why is money always going there specifically? Do you know?
So my thesis this whole time has been that high market cap memes, like not your little bullshit memes, right? Your high market cap, one or two by market cap on each chain, they tend to absorb like 5 to 10x the liquidity that comes into that actual chain. It's like a beta play on the main chain itself, right? Like how it was trading with, right? With was outperforming Sol when it was the top market cap meme. If Sol moved a little, With moved a lot, right? 'Cause that's where retail money sort of flooded into. So I think Fartcoin's exactly the same. ETH goes up, Fartcoin's gonna go. Fartcoin's going with it. So if ETH is half performing okay, Fartcoin is going to be performing great. The problem is that on the dips, it does the same thing. So if ETH drops 3%, then you might get like a 6% drop on Fart. But when it's time to move, those pick up first, right? It's got relative strength. I don't hate that strategy. I honestly think it's a really good strategy, and it's what I've been playing most of this year. Like, leave the little market cap shit alone. Just go to the shit that has the most mind share, which is the highest market cap meme on the chain, and then use that as a beta play on the actual chain itself, right? It's like basically a leverage trade on the chain.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate it.
Yeah, what happened was a lot of people got tired of the trenches, of getting wrecked on the low market cap shit, but they're still meme traders. So they're just focused on the high market cap memes. And I mean, even the big of Ansem and Mira, like these guys they're not playing in the trenches anymore. They're focused on the big dogs, and they're trying to ride them up, basically.
And so, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying because there's such a low, there's such a small quantity of maybe higher end meme coins that you're saying they're going to absorb 5 to 10x of
The
that
attention's
liquidity
getting
simply because
funneled.
there's not there.
Yeah, the attention's getting funneled into them. They hold the highest amount of mind share within the chain itself. So the liquidity tends to flow into them. Yeah.
Okay,
You can
got it.
see it,
Thank
right?
you.
Because you can see how sensitive they are to the liquidity that comes in the chain. Like if ETH starts to bubble up a little bit, automatically starts to flow in. What do we gotta ban another word here? Pepe DNA. Don't make me pull up the chart. Be careful coming in here shilling shit, because I will pull up the chart and destroy it.
So I already banned BNB Pepe, but you can't ban it now with the space because then you ban the word Pepe.
Oh, I see.
They're getting slick.
Ah, look at you, Martins, using your old noggin, huh? All right. This is like the wrong channel to come in and try to show, though. We don't have to say anything. The chat's just gonna jump down their throat, anyways. Screw it. You got my attention. So this is what you're trying to show to my community right now? Top traders, unrealized gains. Well, somebody's sitting on a whole $443 of unrealized. Now you guys have been killing this shit. Y'all think you're slick, huh? Might take me a second to clean all this shit up. Looks legit. You guys are still building out. You didn't even let me finish before you started linking more wallets. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. When first we practiced the rug pull. Good luck. Hope you all make $1 billion. I was gonna go in deeper and click and find the snipers and see where they're at, but I've seen enough. Some people do, bro. Some people do. In other channels, you go into crypto banter or something and start plugging a contract address, somebody's gonna buy it. Yeah, I mean, you can't save everybody, right? all you can do is try to tell people, but the reward, you know, that promise of a reward is too big for some people. They're like, yeah, but if, like, all right, bro, you got it.
Hey, Dbloc, is someone else talking, or are you just answering YouTube chat?
Oh, I'm just
questions?
talking to YouTube. Yeah, I'm just talking to YouTube. Oh, everything bubble. Give me a second. Something's wrong with the internet. Let me fix this. We should be good. We back? All right, back. All right, what time is it? 3:46. Let me make that run to the store now so I could be back by the time or way before CME opens. I gotta go pick up a couple things. Anybody need anything? It closes at 5. So I gotta get some papers. I gotta get some Zens. I gotta get some Coke Zero. Did you make a mess over there? You dropped something, Pavel? Gonna get interesting if we take out these trap longs before CME. I'm 1000% okay with it. Yeah. If there was any time where, if there was ever a time where I wanted a type 3 trap, it'd be here. I don't even care if we don't trap longs at all, because that means that CME is way above the 50, which is good. We want that. The higher we can get it, the better. We'll worry about those trap longs later if we have to. Just pump this shit into close. Bro, retail is sports betting. And on poly market, they're not even paying attention to what we're doing over here. Apparently, Stake announced that they're opening a poly market. CFTC cleared prediction market. So you know it's getting big when the casinos are like, yeah, we need a piece of that. It'd be nice. I mean, like I said, if we didn't trap and we just got liquidity in, but I'd be honest with you, not trapping over the weekend would be a massive anomaly. Right? You guys that have been here for at least a year, how many weekend traps can you remember where we didn't trap? Right? There's been maybe 3 that trapped and broke the trap early and went. Maybe 1 off the top of my head that I can remember that didn't even bother trying to trap. But I'm open for it. Like I said, all I care about is getting as much distance as we can away from here. The higher the better for CME close, in my opinion. Coming up to our trapped longs builds our W on the larger time frame. Right, we've scaled up now. Well, dominance is dropping, so that's helping, Bam. Dominance is coming down off of 60, which is good. We needed that. That was sick. It's possible. I mean, let's go look at that vector and see. Let's go to the 1 hour. Okay, so this is the vector in question. We've already recovered a piece of it. But if we were to take 50% of that vector as a target, that's not the right. Yeah. Still keeps us above the 50. Let's see what this vector is made out of though. Okay, we'll highlight the vector. And then go to smaller time frames. Now you see your strongest vector ranges were at the top and at the bottom of that 4-hour vector. Right? You got a blue vector in the middle, but you had a lot of recovery in the middle already. You go to the 1 minute. So you see how this area mitigated 50% of the bottom half of the vector, right? That makes up our main vector, which means that this section here is the only real unrecovered section on a smaller time frame, right? We can be nice and bring it all the way down to this vector, even though that was a retail candle in the middle. Right, so now you're looking at that. So now we go back to the 1 hour. So now you can see that out of originally what was that size of a vector, we can now break it down to only this top half really needing to be recovered. Does that make any sense? Which again is good because look at where the bottom of that lands. Right on that 50. Yeah, so sometimes if you're looking at vectors on larger time frames and you just chart them out on smaller time frames, you can see where the real pull is. That's why sometimes vectors recover completely and sometimes they only take a little piece and you're like, well, damn, what happened? Like, why didn't it recover the whole vector? That's a good question. That's a good question. That is a good question that I'm not even going to pretend to have the answer to right now. On every planet, on every realm of reality, that rate hike should have pushed us up. But this is why we're not dumping on the what you call it. Now, if it gets too low, then we have a problem. Right? We also get into a situation where the yen carry trade starts to unwind if it gets too low, meaning that it becomes so cheap to pay back the debt that the trades get unwound out of the fear of increased hikes. But all of this means is that if you have to pay back your loan to the government, if you have to pay back your loan to the Bank of Japan, it's cheaper today than it was yesterday, even though the rates went up. It wasn't enough, to be honest with you. I mean, that chart shows you it wasn't enough. They should have done a 0.5. Now, mind you, I'm glad they didn't, right? But if I worked for the Bank of Japan, then my decision would have been a little different. Then again, you don't know what type of phone calls they get, bro. You know how we're just sitting here hoping the Bank of Japan does the right thing? Imagine having enough money to where you make a phone call to the Bank of Japan and they actually pick up and listen to you. Be like, look, I know you guys got some issues, but take it easy. Yeah, I mean, to me, it shows that the world is not even thinking about repaying yet. If the world woke up this morning and said, "Oh shit, we've got to pay Japan back," then there would have been dollars turned into yen. Yen go up, dollar go down. Nobody's even thinking about any payments right now. Which, like I said, comes to the fact that the dollar's strong, right? So the payments are already cheaper, and the assets that you bought when you borrowed that money, 9 times out of 10 are sitting all-time highs. Well, bankruptcy gives you some protection. Well, that happens often. Now, when CME opens, then bots take over. So we've got an hour for that. All right, let me go to the store so I can get back in time. I'll be back. All right, I'm back, y'all. All right, well, we're closed. This weekend trap here is just a placeholder. We got to let some price action play out. But for right now, this is what it looks like. Now, there is a non-zero chance that we could have a very tight trap and our trap shorts are here. We got to see the way the price action plays out. If this low gets respected, there is a good chance that what we have is a super tight weekend trap. With trap longs right here and trap shorts right here. I'm going to put trap shorts, but I'm going to add a question mark because it's still up in the air.
Don't they have to be in by now in terms of like the CMA close?
What do you mean?
Like doesn't the trap shorts have to be, the trap longs and the trap shorts, don't they have to be in before CME closes on Friday?
No, I mean you usually get at least one before, but we've seen trap longs and trap shorts come in after the close before.
Oh, I thought that was like part of the rule.
Structurally, they both work, right? The difference is that this larger trap would be a type 2 trap, where the trap is close to one side of the trap longs and shorts, closer than the other. And the other would be a regular traditional trap, right? But very small. Like you're talking, what, 86.6 to maybe not that small, 10K. Either way, we don't have to worry about it until we get a breakdown on price, right? When this is going to be important is if price breaks down. If it comes down underneath here and we're considering these the trap shorts, then our false move down will be confirmed at the break of these. If we're considering these the trap shorts, then a false move would have to come all the way down to 84.5. We'll know by how the rest of this plays out. In my opinion, if we stay and we trap at this level and we don't deviate, then there's a good chance that these were new set trap shorts. Either way, like I said, it doesn't make a difference until the break on Sunday, really. Yeah, it's possible, Mick. It's possible. I was looking at these for trap shorts since yesterday. But yeah, the inability to come down a little lower has me questioning it. Either way, like I said, it doesn't make a difference for the TA itself. Not until we break down, get a little bit more data in. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. Seen tighter traps before, so it wouldn't be anomalous. Rid of that vector. We're already good there. Well, I can't complain, right? We're trapping where we wanted to, above that 50. Now it just comes the boredom of the weekend. Get rid of some of these levels. Do we think what's for trading BTC, Jacob? Yeah, not bad. On top of the SR flip, that makes it a little easier to protect those trap shorts. And with dominance coming down, then yeah, I expect alts to move as long as Bitcoin stays trapped. What we watch now is how successful they are at farming liquidations in this trap, right? Which side gets bigger than the other? You can see with this last move down, right? We swept all of that was underneath. We had already filled those licks. Level wise. Yeah. Came down and grabbed all of it. So going into the weekend, right? You've got, like I said, you've got your trap shorts. If this is where they are truly, we'll figure this out later. Market maker won't want to come down underneath there, right? Because it signals the, oops, that's not it. Because it signals the false move. And he won't want to come up above here because it signals the false move. So where do they go, right? We pay attention to the space in between the trap and the trap shorts or the trap longs. If you see these liquidations get super thick on either side, right, and it gives market maker the opportunity to sweep liquidity, but without freeing one side or the other, then that's exactly what they'll do. So what I do is I watch the liquidations to see what's the most probable break. Yeah, so far so good, RH. It at least trapped where we wanted it to. Nah, I know what you mean, Dustin. It's all good though. It's just one of our edges. even with CME open 24/7, there will be low volume on the weekends. So we'll have to look towards Market Maker to see what his plan is for the weekends now that CME is 24/7, and then we'll adapt to that. Remember, they're not on. I mean, that's another thing. Are they on duty on the weekends now that CME is open, right? Or do they maintain their weekend off, which means that they go to algos, and if they go to algos, then they're predictable. All we have to do is figure out what the market maker motivations are and stay within those measurements. But it's definitely gonna take some while to figure out, right? We're gonna make for a wild couple weekends until we see. It was a short ride though. Remember, we've only been able to use CME gaps ever since Bitcoin's been traded on CME. It's like 2 cycles. We managed just fine before that. We'll be straight. Couple taps to the top of this range, couple taps to the bottom of the range, and then I'll feel more settled in here. Then we can start to take a look to see what alts are going to take advantage. Everything's basically set up though. Still think they'll try to make a move towards their psychological ranges, but they have until tomorrow to do it. 5 o'clock, we reset the psychological ranges. Right, that's 132 on Sol, 13 on Link, 159 on Sui, 80 on Litecoin, 006 on Jasmine, and above 3K, 3084 on ETH. Basically the same move that Bitcoin made, right? Popped up to its psychological ranges, but a catch-up play on the alts. But for that, Bitcoin needs to move dead sideways, and dominance needs to keep dropping. We can get those two things, then we can get to cooking. As long as dominance drops, yeah, Pavel. As long as dominance is dropping, then alts tend to move up. Bro, chill with the shows. Nobody's gonna buy that shit. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Little tired. Little tired. I set an alarm today for 9:30 just to get out of the way of this shit because I had bought what we thought were the trap lows at the time. So I wanted to sell trap. I wanted to sell trap longs, but 10 o'clock had me nervous. So I set an early alarm to deal with that, and then took my ass right back to sleep. You want to show you got to come in here and put in some effort. You know, start an actual real conversation about a project. Maybe get me to look at the chart. Then you add a little bit of, you know, a little bit of bullishness from what. But coming in here, copy and pasting shit, like that's some low effort shill shit. Take it easy, Lippy. For those of you that aren't trading alts and you're going into a sideways Bitcoin weekend, it's a good day to look at that to-do list, that honey-do list, knock some things out. That corner in your bedroom is starting to look crazy. Like, I didn't want to say nothing, but if we're just going sideways, it might not be a bad idea to he said corner. But is Mavia still moving on its slow push here, or just be careful with this, man. If you're in this, cool, but don't get married to the idea that the time has come. How is my chart? There's just something I don't see. Like, why is everybody talking about Mavia? Am I missing something?
Yeah, it does this all the time, and I short it, and then it's over.
It's like not really doing anything at the moment.
Actually, this time it's nothing. I'm looking at that green vector on the left. That's the last time I shorted it.
Yeah. Yeah, they have these big pops that tend to give it all back. So yeah,
Oh
shorting
yeah,
a
I
pop
love
of
that.
this thing, pretty good.
I'm not even interested in this black short here. That ain't nothing.
Just talk to me when, at the very least, we can break this uptrend with this downtrend. That means this thing would have to pump 2x before I even showed interest.
Now that looks good.
We'll get rid of this double top that I already played out. Good exits, man. Really good exits at that double top. That shit played out perfectly. A whole lot of sideways alta unless we can take out these trap longs. I'm expecting to range in this area for a couple days. Don't shoot the messenger. Not my fault. That AI Atlas thing is as close to the Earth as it's gonna get today, apparently. Closest path. Oh, 3i. Yeah, why do I keep calling it AI? AI is stuck in my head. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Unless that shit starts hitting the brakes, we're good. That's funny, Chris. Yeah. Yeah, there's a delayed reaction for the carry trade unwind, but looking at how the yen is behaving, I don't think we're gonna have too much of that issue. Like I said, the environment is just different this time than it was last time. People had less money to pay back their loans with, I mean, for several reasons. Not only that, but don't forget, y'all, that same week that we were having the yen carry trade unwind, Germany was unloading all their Bitcoin on market. Remember, they were just mass selling Bitcoin every day on market. So that 20% drop that we got is like half and half. I don't know how much of that we can attribute to the unwind and how much we can attribute it to them just slamming Bitcoin on market for a week. But in my opinion, the fact that we didn't drop more significantly on market open today means that we're digesting this well. 99% chance that they were going to cut, right? So a good portion of that is baked in already. Now, will there be a couple of big players in the next couple days that decide they want to unload some positions and free up some money, you know, for their extra debt payment that they're going to need now? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, it's a good chance. Do you want who I think should win or who's going to win? Two different answers. I think Paul wins it. I mean, it's just that's how this show ends, right? Like we've seen this episode before, we've seen this show before. Rocky wins at the end. Well, Paulo kicked his ass, honestly, when we think about it. I don't know if he'll take a fall or if he'll pull his punches. I hope not, bro. I'm just waiting for somebody to get in that ring and look at him in the eyes and just have something click in their head that says, you know what? Screw this bag. Screw the money I was promised. I'm going to take his head off. But apparently everybody's for sale.
I have a pimple on my butt.
Let's go see what
Remember to
Polymarket has it at.
saluting face emoji.
You do know that Polymarket is owned by Jake Paul. You didn't know that, did you?
I think it's owned by Jake Paul.
I'm sorry, partially owned.
Will Jake Paul fight Anthony? Okay, we know that. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't think his fights are fixed.
Oh, interesting.
And I think he's going to lose.
Wow. Money's on Joshua in round 2. Only second to Joshua in round 1. Only third to Joshua in round 3. Very interesting.
Anybody who doesn't, I don't understand how you couldn't think, or other people couldn't think he wasn't going to win. But I guess
Because we've seen the last 6 Paul fights that didn't end up the way they were supposed to. What do you mean?
I don't agree with that, and I don't believe that they're fixed. I believe he's going to lose. The only one that was like that was the Tyson one, which
Bro,
is
if you could get Tyson to throw it, you can get anybody to throw it. When I saw that
yeah,
Tyson
but
fight, I said,
it's
anybody
different.
will
He's
get
an
the
old
bag.
man. His career's over.
Tyson could have took his head off in a second if he wanted to.
Yeah, but he has no boxing career.
So like you can't write stipulations in a contract for a fight sanctioned by a state, and it would also cause massive felonies when it comes to voting. I mean, comes to betting.
It's a federal crime. You can't do that.
Yeah,
guys, come on.
There's nothing in those contracts.
It would have to be under the table. If it was
of course.
And there's no reason Anthony Joshua should do that. I mean, he has.
I hope not. I hope
he
not.
has more money than Paul. Still,
that's what I'm saying. I hope that the money and I hope that the legacy means more than the money.
And he has a high-profile fight with Tyson Fury lined up.
Yeah,
which is worth more money than this fight.
Yeah. I hear you. Interesting. Very interesting. I'll tell you one thing though. If they do pull any funny business tonight, people are gonna get paid. Because this shit is complete. I mean, it might not even be. It might even make sense just to get a oh shit, just in case. Look, if the fight is gonna be thrown, I don't think Joshua's gonna fall. Right? I don't think he would take. Would he maybe pull his punches and then Paul wins it if it goes the distance by a vote? Maybe. If they're gonna rig it, that's how I would assume it would be rigged. Right? Goes the distance.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. If Paul survives, goes the distance, and gets the vote. So that's a 6-cent vote right now. I mean, that's a 6-cent bet right now on Poly.
If Paul survives beyond a round or two, really realistically, then you can start to suspect something's up.
Yeah, you can see that you can see it in the betting, right?
If
round
Jake Paul
3
his name wasn't here, this fight would not get sanctioned.
Yeah.
It would be considered murder on paper.
There's not even any real bets past round 3. All the like serious money is sitting round 1, round 2, round 3. Would be interesting. Either way, I don't have a dog in this fight, but I wouldn't be surprised. I would like to see, honestly, a good fight, a good honest fight, which to me means that Paul ends up on the mat several times. I don't think he's a horrible boxer. That's the thing, but I'm not even like a hater where I'm like, oh, he should. I don't think he's a horrible boxer. I think if he would have came up through the ranks the way you're supposed to, he would have actually made a real decent name for himself.
He's not horrible, but he's not even club level still.
No. You gotta go. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you need trial by fire. You know what I mean? You can't just like buy your way into top fights and then earn respect.
Like, even Joshua, by most standards, is a late starter by starting in his late teens as an amateur.
Yeah.
Most people start when they're 10, 8 years old.
Kinda, that's how I felt when I watched Tyson on pads before the fight. Watched Tyson for 5 minutes on pads before the fight, and I was like, oh, there goes his head. Off with his head. This is going to be a murder. And then he got in the ring and forgot how to box.
I disagree. I believe he got in the ring, got hit, didn't want to get knocked out, and then Jake Paul didn't want to embarrass him and knock him out.
Oh my God! You think he had respect for Tyson, and that's why he did that?
Dude, Tyson has a great chin even at his age. Like, he's always had a great chin.
Tyson had just had 2 recent fights got hit way harder than Paul hit him, and those were damn exhibitions.
What, versus Jones? He didn't hit him for nothing.
Now,
Jones
that
hits
was
way
like
harder than Jake Paul does.
even pulling his punches.
Well, he doesn't. Not at this
Yes, he
point.
does. He knows how to punch. Jake Paul doesn't know how to punch.
Not at that age.
Absolutely.
Bro, if you've never been punched by an old man in your life,
I actually
think
used to box, bro. Like, yeah.
old man got that old man strength.
Yeah, but I'm detecting bias here.
Stamina is different. Young men got that stamina, right? Dance around you. But boy, let one of those old guys catch you.
Yeah, well, George Foreman don't count. It's George Foreman.
If you paid attention to Tyson early in that fight, when the fight started, look at his legs. He had no knees, man. His legs were not there.
Yeah,
Not
see,
from the opening round.
there you go. That's another thing. You just added to my point.
And a lot of his power was not there because his legs were not there. Yeah.
That means
That's what I'm trying to say. His footing wasn't there. Every time he bit on that front knee, his if you watch Tyson's balance, he had no balance from the
you
opening
just
round.
added to my point.
Tyson
Anybody
should
who
be
believes
able to
that
knock
Tyson
out
doesn't
Paul
have
sitting down in a
who's gonna
recliner
knock him out.
You're probably right, Dbloc.
if he wanted
should
to,
have,
you know.
even his arm power, or just his arm should do it. But
Mhm.
you know,
The
Okay,
aggression wasn't there.
No.
The aggression I saw in training did not show up in the
He
ring.
get knocked out. He had no legs.
maybe Mike overtrained.
I
And Jake
pretend
Paul
I
didn't
pretend
want to
that
knock
fight
him out.
never happened. I don't know about y'all, but I sort of Mandela affected myself into just
Dbloc,
believing that shit never happened.
on my 11th and 12th birthdays, I had Mike Tyson cakes. Okay, it kills me that Mike Tyson's on Jake Paul's record officially.
It's my whole childhood, bro. I remember parents buying the fights, and I remember my mom going to get everybody beers and coming back and being mad because the fight was over already. You know, like these are my memories, like growing up. You know.
We're talking late 80s, early 90s now.
Yeah, early 90s. And then you go back to look at some of the old ones. Those compilations. Oh, you know what's been going around lately that's
Just
great?
watch Spinks. Just watch the Spinks fight.
What's been going around lately that's great, just speaking of like old legends that like new generations aren't really up on, is that highlight reel that's going around for Michael Jordan, whole career, the career highlight reel, and all these videos that are coming out on YouTube where it's like Gen X LeBron fan watches Michael for the first time, and like you get to see their reactions in real time. Like in the beginning, they're like, yo, LeBron's the GOAT, da 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 da. And then they get like halfway through the video and they're like, holy shit.
Jaw on the floor shit.
Yeah, I didn't know he was giving it up like that.
Either they forgot or they didn't know Dbloc.
Yeah.
They had to have been there. Go watch Roy Jones Jr. highlights. The best.
Nah, Roy was, I mean, aside from Tyson, Roy Jones is my favorite boxer.
He is the best fighter I ever saw with my own eyes, and I've been a diehard boxing fan my entire life. I'm 40. It's peak Roy was, and granted, he had a backwards fighting style. It's not orthodox. It's not textbook. He is athletically the closest thing to Superman I've ever seen.
It's crazy. Nah, he was nice. He was super nice. That's why the idea of that Tyson Jones fight was way better than like the actual fight itself. But just like the hype going into it, like the kid in me was losing my shit.
For both guys being in their 50s. I mean,
waited a little bit long for that one, guys, but all right. Appreciate the effort anyways. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Alta. There's no way he takes a dive, in my opinion. But dragging out the fight for extra bonus under the, under the table, little bonus checky to check.
Paul can lose this fight too and not really lose steam on his career, if you want to call it that.
Yeah,
He's in
it's
a
not a
win-win
it's not a
situation.
career ender for him.
No,
It's
he's in
always
a
like that
win-win.
though. It's always like that for him. Like it's always on the opponent. The opponent has more to lose than Paul in every fight. Like legacy wise.
Anthony Joshua.
Y'all gonna make me watch this fight. I wasn't even planning on it.
Like I said, if it wasn't his name, this fight would not get sanctioned. It would be like, hey, fight the cameraman. It's almost that relevant.
Yeah, kinda. You gotta check them out. There's a bunch of them now. They got them for that. They got them for music, right? Where they got like all these young kids now listening to old, like original Wu Tang album and shit like that. Kid was funny. He was like, "Okay, we're gonna listen to Wu Tang. I've never heard this before. Because you guys, you know, don't be mean. Remember, this was in the '80s and the '90s, and they didn't weren't as advanced as we are now. They got like 2 songs in, and he was like, "Okay, I take it back. What the hell was that?" Like they thought they were gonna go back and listen to the hip to the hippity hip hop. And they think old school. They think everything sounds like that. Got halfway through that album and became Wu Killer Bees. But the Jordan one is great. They got Tyson ones too. Nah, I just appreciate shit that came before me. Like, there's no excuse for people to be like, oh, well, that's before my time. No shit. A lot of the shit that I listened to was before my time. Right? When you have interest in a genre, you go back and you see how it developed. But it's just like anything else, right? If you grew up watching Kobe play, he's the best. Grew up watching LeBron play, he's the best. And so far, this would be our first rejection off the top of the range. One more rejection off the bottom of the range, and we're pretty much set for this. We're pretty much set for this weekend trap, in my opinion. You say you grew up watching Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yeah, it's a perfect example. If you grew up watching Bill Nye the Science Guy, then you think he's a real scientist. If you grew up watching Neil deGrasse Tyson, then you think he's a real scientist. Then you get a little older and you realize they're both actors. What? I thought Bill Nye the Science Guy was the main scientist. I thought all other scientists asked for his opinion before coming up with. You shitting me? Mythbusters was my shit. I've probably seen every episode of Mythbusters, and I probably tried like as many of those things as I could that wouldn't kill me. Yeah, bottom of range could be lower. I mean, bottom of a range could encompass this entire. That's why there's a question mark on this right now, right? If we stay inside this type range and we hold above that SR, then chances are these were our trap shorts, right? But if price comes down and we take this whole range, right, then we were right about our original trap shorts down here, our trap longs up there. That's why I said we have to let it play out. There's really no fast way to get to that answer. We have to see how far we come down here, right? Where do we hold? Let's go lower time frames because we're gonna fall asleep watching the weekend trap on the 15-minute. Well, now we just have to see if they took a 360 because the big dogs are done filling up and they're ready to go. It's funny how that happens, right? Like, as soon as their bags are full, all of a sudden, magically. Everything in me wants to draw this W, but we're in a weekend trap. Chances are it's just going to run sideways. But it is a nice setup for the false move out. That measured move would take us above our psychological ranges, or at least within our psychological ranges. It'll take us right between our psych high, psych low. If this trap, if it was Thursday, if it was Wednesday, if it was any other day but today, I'd be looking for that measured move. Yeah, I agree. Volume is low, trend is strong. When the trend is strong and the volume's low, you need to keep sentiment up until volume returns. Right? As long as there's no bad news over the weekend, then when volume comes back, we should just continue. Yeah, false move could start. I mean, we've had false moves signaled on Saturday. What'll happen is that, so let's assume, right? Let's say this does play out and it breaks and we get this break on Saturday or whatever. What'll usually happen is on Sunday when CME closes, price will come back to CME and then it'll finish putting its high on Monday. Right? That's what happened last weekend.
Hey D.
What's going on, brother? Let
Oh
me
my
find the last
goodness.
weekend trap. Why can't I? Oh, here it is. Okay. So look at what happened last weekend. We came out and we signaled the false move on Sunday before CME opened. And then we came back, grabbed CME, and then put in that low on Monday. So that same thing can happen on Saturday.
Can you tell us more about the alts?
Well, if Bitcoin can move sideways, and Dom can stop. Well, what I'm worried about is Dom correcting here off of this move. If Bitcoin moves
Yeah.
sideways and Dom corrects, then Alta just gonna sit. But if we can get a continuing drop here, then we should be good. Alta's set up. Structurally, they're set up. Some have already hit pretty nice lows. And the decent ones have already come off of the lows, right? Like our ETF bunch here, LTC, Link, Sol, Sui, ETH, right? All pretty strong. What they need is for Bitcoin to relax and go sideways and Dom to come down. I'm looking for psychological highs and lows on most alts if Bitcoin does that. Right. So for Sol, like I said, that's 130 between 130 and 134. For Link, that's between 13 and 13.8. Or sorry, 13.6 and 13.8. Litecoin, it's between 80, 66 and 82. For Sui is between 158 and 165, and for Ethereum, I'm looking at $3,084 to 3,130 ish.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, but first we need Bitcoin to behave, and we need Dom to stop pumping like that. I have a better idea what's going on tonight. Right now, we just gotta let it cook. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, y'all.
Yeah. Damn. Hey guys, are you watching the alts? BTC alts BTC?
All right, I'm back, y'all. My bad. Gotta be off mic for a second. Everybody catch most of that? Oh shit, I'm muted on Discord. So, Outlook week, nothing crazy, just mean reversion, right? And the moves that they had. If Bitcoin stays inside the weekend trap and dominance continues to rise, then these M patterns are going to break down, in my opinion. If Bitcoin pops out of the weekend trap, then it won't matter if dominance is going up, right? All to go with it. But if Bitcoin is stuck sideways and dominance goes up, this will break those M patterns. If Bitcoin is stuck sideways and we drop on Dom, we'll invalidate those M patterns around here, putting in that lower low on Dom somewhere roughly around here. Some of them might invalidate earlier than that. So instead of having to watch the alts and flip back and forth, we'll just watch Bitcoin, make sure it sits still, and keep an eye on Dom. Link and Soul look like they can make the ride. Jasmine's shaping up a little bit different here. Curling up, and it could put in this cup and handle. Basically, the invalidation of what would have been the M pattern, right, would give you the breakout of your cup and handle. Yeah, that's where I'll be looking for entry. Ayania. Now, I'll treat them, you know, I'm not just going to blindly TP. I'll look to see what momentum looks like and everything, but those are my next areas of interest, yeah. Anytime. So what we're seeing is, we're on the 5 minute right now, right? But ETH and Sol have both lost their 50 EMA on the 5 minute, and they're going back to retest now. Right, Link as well. Lost its 50, coming back to retest. Litecoin hasn't lost its 50 yet. Sui just lost and retested. And Jasmine is basically riding its 50. If Jasmine holds support here and pops, they could do something. Jasmine likes to move. You know, Jasmine's been getting beat up a lot with this whole yen problem. More directly affected, right? Being a Japanese coin anyways. So it might get a bit of a relief from the world not ending yesterday. You know what I mean? That's why I'm looking at it to maybe act a little bit different. The rest of these I planned. I would be surprised if they don't follow suit. Yeah, whatever Bitcoin, whatever dominance tells us, as long as Bitcoin stays sideways. Bitcoin could pop. I mean, I do like this W pattern here. If it wasn't for the fact that it was the weekend, we always get this big W pattern into the weekend. Well, if you think about it, right? What you're seeing is your trap longs, trap shorts. Then it comes back into the weekend trap, bounces off the top, comes to the bottom. That's an automatic W. Right, so most weekend traps start either with a big M or a big W. And usually I draw them out. But y'all know I have OCD, and my OCD hates looking at a pattern like this that's just gonna end up doing this shit. But yes, if we pop out and we break that, clear some liquidations. It's interesting because the measured move from that W would free trap longs. Right, so that would call for a false move up this week. which isn't as horrible as it sounds. False move up actually this week is probably a good idea, because what's most important is that we close the 2-week candle above that 50 EMA down here, right? And that's in 3 days. Yeah, I think it's way better to have a false move up this week. 3-day down doesn't mean you have to take out the lows, remember, right? We saw that on this last 3-day up. Weekend trap, false move down, found its floor on Monday. And then we had 1 day, 2 day, 3-day up where we didn't take out those lows. So it was a 3-day up, but we didn't really go crazy, right? And then our midweek reversal, and then our weekend trap. So I'd be more than okay with something like this. Like, let's get a false move up this week, clear all those liquidations, hit our old target 2 or something, and then a 3-day down that brings us, you know, to the top of this weekend trap to hold support. And then bam, on to the next week. Sunday's gonna be a fun episode. It's gonna be one of those like countdown episodes, right, where we're up against the clock. Let's hope they don't make it too exciting though. All right, let's hope we're like way up here. One good thing is that we don't have to worry about, well, damn, I shouldn't even say this out loud. I feel like I don't want to put it into the universe. But with the stock market being closed, we shouldn't have to worry about those 10 a.m. dumps until Monday, which is after the 2-week candle closes. So but yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this W. We all know it's there. just so wild to me that the yen is taking a dump the way it is after that rate hike. Maybe there is somebody up there smiling on us, and they just happen to hate the Japanese for it. If there was one thing that I wanted to see to ease the concerns of the carry trade unwinding, it's a weekend. The lower this goes, the less of a chance of cascading effect we see on. Bro, you're not even listen. If you would have told me that you shorted the yen, we would have had to go like off mic and talk, and you would have to explain to me what the hell you saw. Like anybody, go on go on to whatever AI agent you use and tell them, is it normal for the yen to drop after the Japanese government raises rates 0.25, and see what they tell you. Very abnormal. But it is best case scenario for us. Well, us minus you in that specific trade, but if we would have put in this, if we would have come down, grabbed this vector, put in this W pattern, and been threatening to break out, bro, do you realize what that means? Like, you're looking at a breakout and you're like, okay, if I buy here, I can sell up here, right? But the way people in the carry trade would be looking at it is, holy shit, if this breaks out, my payment's going to get so much more expensive, right? And where you'd be rushing to take the breakout trade, they'd be rushing to sell assets as quick as possible so they can make advance payments before the yen did that. Instead, now you have this, where you're actually benefiting by waiting to make your payments because it's getting cheaper in real time. Nah, that would have been a good hedge. Or that would have ended up differently, and that shit would have just went parabolic and everything would have dropped like a rock. You would have been happy as shit that you were in that trade. Let me put a little asterisk to this. Because if BTC does break out and sweep and it takes dominance with it, altcoins might not break down out of those patterns, right? They might actually take the ride with Bitcoin and invalidate these. Hmm. Guys, try not to get your expectations too big for a breakout or a breakdown here on the weekend trap. Alts are really what we're watching for, in my opinion. If we can start to break down here, then alts will be pushing up, right? If dominance breaks out of the top, unless Bitcoin goes with it, then alts are going to break down out of their patterns. Looks good so far though, because Bitcoin's holding that higher low. So Bitcoin holds that higher low and pushes out of the, out of the weekend trap. Even if it's just a deviation, there's a chance that you can take out these invalidations across the alts. But the chances of that, in my opinion, are pretty low. There's just no volume, and you're not going to get market maker to make the move. Right? Market maker has goal here. So that means you need volume and you need aggressive buyers or aggressive sellers to come across the tape. Shit, I'm still muted on Discord. Why do I keep doing that? Mic check, Discord, can you hear me? Alright, my bad. My mic's doing this weird thing that when I mute the mic, you guys can't hear me on YouTube, but it still shows my mic flashing on Discord. So I've been having to mute myself on Discord and mute the mic just to make sure. And my dumbass just keeps forgetting to unmute. Market maker, in my opinion, will proceed to sow the seeds for longs and shorts here and just farm liquidity for the next 24 hours. Right, every time we make a move up to the top of this range, these shorts right here start to pile in. And every time we make a move to the bottom of the range, these guys here start to load up. Eventually, this whole thing will just be packed on both sides. BJ was on the other day. I think she said she was traveling or she had just come back from traveling or something. And I would assume that Drew is on the slopes somewhere with his girl in the Alps or something. Whenever Drew disappears, there's skiing involved. Or like some off-roading wilderness shit going on. We'll drop this later. It's a big bias guy. Nah, but I was looking at the spread on Poly Market. It seems like it's super heavy on Joshua's side, understandably so. But I don't know. If some crazy shit happens tonight, or some shady shit happens tonight, some of those Paul bets are gonna print. I'm not touching it though. Let's see if the odds changed any.
Now you're talking. Especially with him being involved with Polymarket.
Still round two, 23%. Round two, which is still relatively low just because there's so many rounds, right? Round fight goes the distance is at 15%, which I think is crazy. Let me see what the changes have happened today.
And you use crypto to bet?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's hella dirty shenanigans going on with Paul. Now that I will say, I believe.
I mean, some of these 1%ers, like, it's already went up. It was 1 penny, now it's 1.5 pennies. But we're good. I got enough things to be mad about to add another one to the list right now. Yeah, 100%. 100% gambling. What time is the fight?
About 27 minutes.
Oh, damn, that's soon.
Netflix. Free.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a nice check, boy. I already know.
the female fights look good too.
Lately, they've been the better fights, honestly.
Anderson Silva's fighting.
Ooh.
Tyron Woodley from the UFC.
Oh. Mixing it up a bit, I see.
Is an Olympic gold medalist fighting his second pro fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy, user. That's funny. He said Jake is an early investor in Poly Market and Anthony Joshua has a Poly Market sponsorship. Listen, let's just say that him accepting this fight came with benefits. You know? And to sweeten the pot a little bit. They can rig it if he pulls his punches, they take it down, they take it a distance and they call it a draw. That would be the most obvious rig to me. I don't think Joshua takes a fall. Could he let him live? You know what I mean? And then take it the distance for a bigger check? It's possible. Could the judges then rule some bullshit that nobody agrees with? We've all seen that before. But is Paul gonna punch him in the face, knock him down, and get a knock? I don't think that's gonna happen. Then again, once you get in that ring, bro, all it takes is it's really not hard to knock somebody out. 5 pounds of pressure on the chin in the right spot. Maybe 10 for some of these guys, but
yeah, but Joshua's been getting knocked out lately.
What do they call it? A puncher's chance.
The only thing I don't think Jay can knock him out either. I think he can win by points though.
That's why these fights kind of bother me. And again, all right, cool, it's a real fight, whatever. But these fights that people take just for the look, because there's a bag attached, like you are taking that risk that a punch gets through and knocks you out cold and shits all over your legacy for a bag of money. Right? That chance does exist.
Yeah, but see, Joshua's way bigger and he's going to be slow. That's the thing.
Could be a decent fight.
I have a feeling he could lose by points. I just have a feeling it's likely he's going to land less punches.
You're gonna be rich, Alta. Holy shit. Man said he put 10 on Jake to win by knockout. If that shit hits.
Oh, that's a smart bet. Why not?
If that shit hits, you're gonna be rich.
What's the odds on that?
Probably really low. What round, or you just put in general? They don't even have by knockout on Poly Market. Well, it's either going to be a knockout or a technical knockout, right? If it ends early, so. Probably on Prize Picks or something. Nah, no, you're capping. There are degenerate bets, and then there are Generate bets. Oh, there's other. Oh, that's true. They probably do have another section. Hold on. You're absolutely right. All winner and round. Where is it? I could have sworn I saw it earlier. Method of victory. Poll by knockout, 4%.
Dbloc wants a bet.
Nah, I don't have a dog in this fight.
Throw a little $10 on it.
Poll by decision. Huh. A draw, 2%. I mean, I don't know. What would be the better bet risk reward here, or return, I should say? That 4% Paul by knockout, or well, I guess you would have to pick a round, which makes it more difficult, right? Yeah.
What's Paul by decision?
Hold on, I'll check it right now. Well, first he'd have to go the distance. That's 4% on this one. And then,
in my opinion, that's the bet.
By decision would be 4% too. That's 4% on both of them. 76% for Joshua by KO, TKO, or disqualification. Jake, a liver shot. I mean, I don't see it likely, but it's also a pretty decent hedge. If I was betting on this, I would easily throw some money and hedge on a poll decision, just in case. Just in case they get creative. Yeah, I know, Jacob. That's what I'm saying. Everybody says this time is different. I'd like to think. I want to see a real fight. I want to see how he deals with really getting punched in the mouth. A 100%. There's no money to be made on that bet, Gloomy. Now, what are the odds of him getting timed out? Like 60, 70 maybe. Oh, see? That's why it's good I'm not a mod. It's not me, yo. It's the mods. I would be way worse. Yeah, that's true. My food's about to get here. All right, what's the over under on the fight still being active when I'm done eating? Probably have to make it past the second round for that. Knockout before dessert. Fight before the fight? Fight before the fight? Fight before the fight. Nah, I think this one goes to me. Oh, this is gonna be close. I need that Bitcoin. Whoever gets that Bitcoin wins. That's it. We're done. Oh, yes, Sirski. That might have just been the W for me. What's the poly market on me winning this shit? I think the poly's pretty good on me winning this. What? How? Oh, wow. Dbloc really just threw the match like that. All right. That's enough. I just needed to get that out of my system. Bro, I don't know what you hit me with at the end there. GG's. Oh, that's right. We got all the. Oh, forget it. I'm stupid. I'll be back way before the fight. I forgot we got all the whole rest of the fight card to go through. Yeah, there's gotta be some people covering. It only makes sense to hedge when it's that low. Like, why wouldn't you take a 1% hedge? It's so cheap. I mean, if you're already, if you're already taking the trade. What are we calling them, trades? Like, are we lying and calling these poly market trades, or can we call them bets? Like, can we just say what they are? Like, I'm not betting. I'm trading my Yes coin for somebody that wants to buy it more in the. You're betting, bro. It's gambling. They're futures. The futures trade. I'm just wondering what people that spend their time on poly market call it, if they're like lying to themselves or. Nah, the sports betting gurus on the sports betting gurus on Instagram are out of control right now, bro. It's like, get out of my story. No, I don't want to buy your parlays for $150 a week. Yeah, bro. They're charging for picks. Possible. We have to see how this liquidity builds up. I do think that price goes back into the mid 80s, but our target is that doesn't happen until after this weekend candle comes in. Remember, we can't close the 2 weekly candle or the weekly candle. They close at the same time. We can't close underneath the 2 week 50. It's a bad sign. After that, though, close the weekly candle. Yeah, we can come down and sweep, grab all that liquidity, do all that shit. That's usually how it works on the weekends. Yeah, man. That's why I'm glad that we're trapping above the 50. Because if we got 2 days of sort of consolidation and we only have 3 days to make sure that we're above the 50, then we can't play around underneath that shit at all. Then we don't have to worry about this level for another 2 weeks after that. Too soon, Sith. Too soon. Yeah, this entire thing would be an M pattern if we invalidate the shorts or we free the trap shorts. It's very fortunate that we're trapping above this SR flip too, right? Because not only is the algo keeping us here, but we have decent support underneath us, macro support underneath us. All right, let me go grab my food. I'll be right back.
What's going on?
What's good, fam? The dominance did the bad thing. What anybody that was watching ETH, what happened there? The spooky candle. And I mean that shit on the 1 minute is just a wick. That was like a quick 15-second dump. That's what sent Dom. I'm pretty sure that's what sent Dom. Yeah. Or whatever it was super quick. This shit wants to go so bad, but nobody will buy it. Come on, let it go. Yeah, only trades to take her back into the trap, right? Like if you pop out and deviate without taking out the longs, go back into the trap. Or if we sweep the lows. But I am sort of looking at Link right now. I mean, not Link, Litecoin. Should have gone a little bit heavier, but we'll see if they give me a type 2. I'm playing into a low and a higher low here on Litecoin. What I'm hoping happens is we come down for that lower low and consolidate while the rest of these alts make their move down. Sol is actually looking pretty strong, but it's right where it broke down from. Gonna have to decide whether it wants to reclaim that or not. But Sui, if Sui puts in this lower high, gonna make that same move like Coin made. Jasmine's holding strong. ETH is holding pretty strong. ETH just had some major buy volume on that dump. Like there was more than enough people standing in line. My bad, y'all can't see that. But here. Tons of buy pressure came in. And this is the 10-second chart. And it's still a wick.
What's up?
What's going on, Winnie? No, that's not
How you
bug.
doing?
That's a candle.
ETH, huh? What's going on? I haven't been on in a couple of days.
Nothing much. Bitcoin's just going sideways. ETH is going sideways as well.
Wet. What is wet?
What they call angel dust.
Humidifies vision to make Solana the home of the most efficient, responsive, and transparent markets. It's something
that's what I meant.
That's on my list. It must have been picking up a bunch of volume because it's on the top of my list now. Humidifies. Is that institutional grade market making logic?
That wick is on. That wick is on ETH USDT Binance.
What wick?
Had a really sharp wick on ETH that hit itself back up. Structure looks good, but that wick is crazy.
Where was it?
What
Binance?
time was this? Yeah, Binance. Not perps, but
Trading that stable token. I got in around 10. It's not bad. It's up what? I'm up like 9% for the day.
that's not bad. Shit, on a day like today, pretty decent.
Zcash is doing pretty good for the day too. There was talk about they keep bringing that grayscale ETF back up, and then they're talking about a lot of institutional buy-in for Zcash. Zcash is what 14% for the day. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
I only got it at 4% for the day. Oh, that's ZBCN, my bad.
What are you good at? Oh.
No, I was looking at the wrong thing.
Well, a new day just started at what, midnight? But yeah, Zcash goes up like 14%, I think, for the day.
Kind of saved itself, fell out of this bearish channel, but been accepted back into the range. That W is still in, it's still valid. First measured move's already hit, but the other one's at 548. And you put in a larger W here. So the new fractal W you're looking at is right here. You can get above 474.
People are so bullish on Zcash, though, man.
The one thing everybody's trading, bro. It's like you don't have to ask, like,
Yep.
where are people at? Oh, they're over here trying to make it happen.
Got those Winklevoss twins, they're doubling down, adding more money to their whatever company they.
The
What's
measured
it
move
called?
takes us to 760, basically to a double top.
Double top. Yeah. That's what I'm expecting it to go back up there too, because it must have left some vectors, right? All the way up to 750. Look at that, huh?
Monero's got that inverse head and shoulders, but it hasn't broken out yet.
What those?
Monero.
Oh, Monero. Yeah. There's a few people that I follow that they're short in Zcash and long in Monero. Like
Yeah,
really
there's
know
a
something.
rotation.
Yeah.
People feel like Zcash has already run the route.
Can you look at stable?
590 would be the measured move for Monero on that inverse head and shoulders.
I think take a dump now.
Just to show you the fractal. We did the same thing down here. Inverse head and shoulders underneath a large order block. Got caught up underneath it, finally broke. Inverse head and shoulders under a large order block. This first measured move hasn't even played out yet, I don't think. Yeah, this first measured move is a little bit higher. So we got target 1. Target 2.
Back. I got one with my coffee.
Unless this uptrend breaks. This uptrend breaks. And we come down kind of nasty because this is a rising wedge. For the most part right now. So either we break out or this becomes a bearish pattern. If it hits target 2, it's a double top. Oh no, my bad. I thought we were still looking at what you call it. Well, a double top, it'd have to take the rest of this vector really. 472 would be a double top. Yeah. Only a little bit of that vector left, actually.
These Futura, they just dropped a pair of Air Force Ones, man. They're pretty cool. $70. Limited to 2 pairs. I'd love a pair of those. Futura, he's a graffiti artist, right?
Yeah, old school New York.
Yeah.
He's funny,
His
dude.
sneakers go for some dough, man. He has that one pair, his first pair of Futura Dunks there, like 30 grand. There's a few of them that are into sneakers. There's Futura. There's what's the other one? Stash, right? He's a graffiti artist, I believe. Stash. There's a bunch of them.
Yo, what's good, Ant? W Super Chat. What's the word, bro?
Can you look at a token called Stable? See what you think of that thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like it's just going to continue to dump.
Stable. What do we got? KuCoin. Mexi.
I was looking at it on Binance.
Yeah,
Stable
see it on Binance. Yeah, perp.
USDT. Yeah. Yeesh.
Interesting name for this coin.
Yeah. With the partners it has and everything, PayPal has one of them. With all that stablecoin news that came out, I'm like,
Stable, all right.
yeah.
Steady dropping.
Yep. Stably on this way down to the ground.
It's weird, but even with all this price action up here, the highest volume came in down here. You see all of this price action was shit compared to what came in down here.
It was 2 days ago. Was that when all the volume came? A ton of volume came in, but all
Yeah.
it didn't do much. But it like quadrupled in volume in like an hour. I'm like, what's going on with this thing?
It was like last week, basically. I mean, if you can get somebody to buy this shit, it can go up. But there's got to be a
Well, it
reason
has
why
a,
nobody's buying right now.
people are buying it. It's just not moving.
Yeah. This
I don't know
downtrend
what's
here,
going on with it.
this falling wedge plays out, I'd be targeting that vector above. Just short time
Big red
frame
one?
shit. Yeah.
That was my plan.
Okay, from the
I
bottommost
think to go back up to
the topmost.
I was gonna play it to 17. So that red candle goes all the way up to what? 37? 037? Jeez. Jeez.
The measured move from the breakout would be like 20. But if we made that move, I would have to assume that market makers coming after those vectors.
It did lose a lot of its volume on the last day. It keeps getting little pushes here and there, like 10%.
Yeah. I mean, the way I feel right now, I'm not paying any attention to buzz. I'm not paying any attention to utility, how good a project is, what they promise, none of that shit, bro. There's people buying it or there's not people buying it.
All right, good one. Have you checked out the Canton Network yet? This is one of my favorite tokens now, man. There are so many big names behind this token, the Canton Network. It has a $3 billion market cap. It's up 14% today.
That type of shit to me is going to come in very handy at the bottom of the bear, right? That's when I go into that sort of mode when I'm looking for undervalued projects that have a lot of sort of utility.
CC. This thing's pretty interesting, man.
Stable EU?
No, CC.
Maybe it's like a euro-based stable, Ghost?
Oh.
What were you saying? What's that, a ticker?
Yeah, CC's the ticker for that Canton Network. I'm telling you, it's a good project.
It looks better than stable. At least it's trying to come up off the bottoms.
So really, it has it's a $3 billion market cap. The names involved with it, that's what I'm interested in, man. It's JP Morgan. It's the only public blockchain with privacy that works. Power in Wall
Oh, I was
Street.
already looking at this at some
True
point. Why was I looking at this?
Yeah, you said you were gonna dive deeper into it. I don't.
Yeah, but then
about
it did this. It looked good for a second, and then it just.
I think it's gonna go back up there.
It's possible, man. It's
Yeah, there's a
possible.
lot
But
of. What's that website? Official website. I think PayPal's involved with this one too. Canton Foundation. 39 super validator nodes. Cumberland Digital Asset. Liberty. Oh, this is the one NASDAQ is invested in too, I think. Five North. What is Five North? Five North joins the global. Whatever. Canton apps validators. Resources.
it's crazy. This thing never really gets too much volume, right? The last time it had any significant volume was basically like on the second candle of this W pattern that ended up falling apart, right?
Oh, Chainlink joined them as well.
And then same thing here. I don't know. We need more people, but yeah, it looks fine. Looks like it launched. It sold off. I'm guessing there was airdrops involved. It found the
People involved with
floor.
it. Five North, Seven Ridge, BitGo, Bitwave, Chainlink, Circle. Oh, that's the one. Circle.
Speaking of
Cumberland,
Circle, I need to buy some more Circle on Monday.
Layer Zero, Ledger.
You down with XRP?
Yeah, you know me. Who's down with XRP? All the ladies.
I think everybody's down with
XRP, how
XRP
can
right
I
now.
explain it? I'll
For
take you
you.
frame by frame it.
I'm pretty
To
sure all
have
of
y'all
Something different.
prints out and
I'm
say
pretty
it.
sure
You know
all
what
of
I'm saying?
y'all are down on XRP right now.
You know what? Don't lie. Don't be a hater.
Well, just
Don't
as
be a
you asked who was down with XRP, I'm saying most of y'all. That's all.
I got another 3-letter word. I'm down with ZEC. Ooh. What up, cuz? He's down with everything. OPP. There was an OPP token, I believe.
I don't know whose trade this was that we were looking at. Somebody, I guess, must have asked me for TA on XRP. They're down with XRP right now.
You want me to tell you the secret?
Sell it
You have to
before
buy
it goes down.
You have to buy it at like 7 to 10 cents and then sell it after it rips. Then go back in. And keep buying dips, dude. That's what it is. Buy the dips and it keeps dipping and then it dips some more. And then finally, when you catch the last dip, you can say you caught the last dip and it's all uphill from there.
I'll buy 7 cents.
Telling you, bro.
Damn straight. The thing went to 7 cents. Well, there'd have to be a reason that it went down to 7 cents. A good
I'll
bet
buy
it
7
goes down to
cents when
7
it.
cents.
I'll buy 7 cents when it retraces from like $60 eventually.
You think XRP is gonna go to $60?
That's the only way I'm buying it at 7 cents.
The market
Tell you
cap.
one thing. If XRP goes to $60, bro.
No, I'm
Well, the
just
market
playing.
cap, of Bitcoin XRP would only be at what, $13?
I'm just
There's
trolling.
only one
7
word.
cents
If
would be
XRP
amazing.
goes to $60, there's only one word that I'm thinking of right now. And Joe would know this. No, I mean 60. If it goes to $60, there's one
6, 7.
there's one place I'm thinking
6,
about right
7.
now. Yep. I'm just keeping it real that would definitely be like
14 trillion.
Would have to look at some spaces, some little spots in Aspen, bro.
Oh,
I think
you
I could
did
get a nice little.
you did the math on it.
No, I was just taking a guess though, because last time I looked at it, XRP with the market cap of Bitcoin would be at $13.
Nah, I've gone way past Bitcoin, bro.
Yeah, dude,
Use
we're
that
talking.
site called Market Cap of. I like that thing.
Check the XRP with the market cap of gold, right? And then that's just where we're getting started. That's just the beginning.
Yeah, you might.
Market Cap of. This is such a fun site.
Wooney, you might want to learn the term world reserve currency. You know what I'm saying? You might want to put that in your vocabulary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Polly's
I
gonna
have it
be
in there.
back for US users.
All right, XRP with the market cap of gold. Select gold. I think I can only select other tokens.
Yeah. Don't even. Yeah.
Bitcoin gold.
Which I mean, XLM would be right behind it then. So
Stocks. No, you can go to stocks. Gold. What is the ticker for gold? Gold, right? Tether gold.
You know how many buffalo chicken wings I could eat if XRP was at $60? Oh my!
I didn't mean to start anything. I was just trolling.
You might have started a trend there, Dbloc. People are gonna be like,
All right. So XRP with the market cap of Bitcoin would be $29, 15x.
Bitcoin's market cap is 1.76.
Alexa's answering me. I didn't even ask her anything. 1.76 trillion is the market cap of Bitcoin. So $60 only could be a 30x from here. 128, I believe. Oh. Alexa, what was the high for Bitcoin's market cap?
Bitcoin reached its highest market cap of $2.495 trillion on October 6th, 2025.
Get that?
Mm-hmm. So you're saying there's a chance?
Poor Jake. It wasn't fair.
Bro, stop.
Yeah, the referee should have started taking points away from him for intentionally running and
For
holding.
jumping on, for dropping to his knees, trying to glaze
Yeah,
my
like,
dude in the middle of the
historically,
ring. Like I was waiting for him to pull out his junk.
A referee typically would start taking points for that, and then warn of a DQ if he kept doing it.
I took points off on my scoreboard. I just kept waiting for it to come off the actual scorecard, and it never
Yeah,
did.
for real.
I never expected him to win.
Well, yeah, if he hadn't been doing that, he'd been out there a lot sooner.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was laughing. I was like, he must have a Jake Paul makes it the distance bet on Poly Market, and he's just gonna run until
Oh, the fight happened?
he's just gonna try to survive. Yeah, yeah. He got knocked out in the last round.
Yeah, you got to give him that. He did.
Jake
I don't
Paul got
care
knocked
how
out?
He did it. He survived.
I didn't think it was happening this soon.
He
man.
ran
I
for
mean,
4 rounds. He literally tried to blow him for 1 round, and then he fought back for half a round and
He
got
tried to
knocked
blow
out.
him?
Just go watch the fight, bro. You'll see.
He hit him though. He nailed him clean. There was one punch he hit him with, just straight.
That dude
on.
was
Jake
eating
had
his
no chance,
shit.
man. That guy's a real
And
fighter.
once I saw Joshua took that full arm blow from Jake with that wind up.
Bro, he walked right through that shit. I was like, damn, he just
It
ate
wasn't a
that.
good shot. It's an arm shot. It looks good, but it wasn't much on it.
Yeah.
It cocked the
I gotta
head
watch
back
that.
and everything.
That was only on Netflix, huh? I could probably watch it on YouTube.
The best part of the whole night was that Silva fight. When Silva fainted that Muay Thai knee, made him block, drop his guard, and then uppercut him. I was like, that's nasty work. It's so nasty.
That was right. That was a homage to Roy Jones what Roy Jones did back in a fight against Clinton Woods in 2001.
It's great. You know what I think is so cool about that too is that that he's trained to block that instinctually. So just seeing that knee come up made that block go down. You know what I mean?
I guess he broke his jaw too. Nice.
Yeah, it was a pretty clean hit at the end of the round.
When that was tonight?
That was like 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago.
He was tripping. He didn't have no chance. He was just out. It was just too much.
I would have ordered that, man. Oh my goodness.
They'll reshow it.
Ordered.
It was on Netflix for free.
For some reason, I thought it was on Christmas Eve or something. I could have.
You can go watch it on Netflix right now. For replay.
I mean, I was entertained, so that was good enough for me.
It was a good fight.
I think his brother wants next. That's
Actually, it
he
was
said.
entertaining. Let me. Yeah, you used the right word. It was entertaining. Let me not say it was a good fight. It wasn't.
A good fight, entertainment. I don't care. Entertainment.
Tell you what, Logan is a good wrestler, man. He is quite the athlete.
He's good.
Yeah, he is. He's really good, man.
He'll get knocked out too, bro.
Bro, Paul got
But
hit
he
so
wants.
hard
They're
that
trying to set up a fight for him.
Paul got hit so hard that he was like, you know, I've been thinking about how great my life is.
You know what though? How much money did he make off this fight?
Oh, they made a shit ton of money, bro.
That's all
They
this
made a shit
about.
ton of money. And if he was smart, he'd bet against himself on Polymarket.
Yeah, he found a way.
He probably did.
I would have. I mean, at the end of the day, what are we
Oh
doing?
yeah,
Like,
wouldn't you?
I'll have the ego for everybody else, but I know what's going on. You know, I'm taking that bet. I'll hedge that.
Well, he looked relieved when it was over. He looked up in the sky. He looked pretty relieved.
He was ready to go home. Not the hotel.
Yeah.
Home. Just take me right to the airport. I need to get in my bed.
And he was you could see he was scared in the ring.
He was flinching from the first or second punch.
You know what's funny? What's his name is taking it easy on him too and knocked him out. He took it so easy on him too. You can just tell.
I don't think he took it easy on him.
He did. He looked a little rusty the first couple of rounds. To be honest, he had 15 months
Tried
off.
to knock him out quick.
I like him though. I came to like him after watching all the build up to this fight. He's a nice guy.
Don't let Anthony fool you. I mean, he is a nice guy now, but he has a street history for the UK. He's not like a.
I bet.
Yeah.
Hey, he's speaking of that Silva. You said where he lifted his knee up, and then Joshua tried that against Jake in the fight.
I thought it was funny because it's such a smart thing to do against somebody that's trained to defend that. Just to get them off of their game.
I got to see what I wanted to see. I wanted to see what happened if Jake nailed him with a hard one, and it didn't work.
He hit him, then Jake
Said
Paul
it
started
did- it
sticking his
didn't
tongue
work.
out at him. You see that?
That's what it. Yeah, he tries to play it off, man. He likes the showboat.
Oh, the views, Mr.
He took
Entertainer.
shots. You got to give him that, man. He was overmatched. He took the shots though.
Hey, I did the same thing.
I mean, the shots he was there for, he was running. I mean,
Yeah, but he still took them shots though. When he went down, 3-4 times before.
I wonder what it feels like to other boxers that. Well, I mean, I guess this is different because I kind of needed this fight too.
To me, it doesn't even hurt him at all. He wasn't supposed to win. He was overmatched.
doesn't. He made a lot of money, and Joshua makes a lot of money on basically what's a sparring session.
It's always a lose-lose. It's always a lose-lose for I mean, a win-win for Jake.
Yep. Yeah.
He knew he couldn't win. He didn't even care. Well, maybe in his crazy mind, he thought if he nailed him with that shot, like how you hit Woodley with that, it was that same punch. He hit Joshua with that punch. He just took it and came forward.
I don't know if you've ever been in a fight and hit somebody as hard as you could and had it have no effect, but that's a horrifying feeling.
That's what happened. And I
It's
think
a bad feeling, bro.
the body shots. Remember that? I think it was in the fifth round. There was a body shot that Jake took where he stepped back and he was like, "Oh crap!" and he was doing that funny waddle. That was the body shot that totally took all of his stamina away.
I would say his running around the ring took his stamina away too.
I think it was the body
I
shot.
didn't see the updates yet, Ghost, but I saw that they released a bunch of shit.
When you move that much, trust me, when you're in the ring, you're moving that much, and you have nervous energy. It's not just a body shot. I mean, the body shots definitely take your wind away too.
I hear you. Okay,
but
both.
He ran his energy away.
Yeah, probably both. You're right.
Man, Jake was partying on South Beach last night, bro.
All I know is boxing is exhausting, man. You have to be in
It is.
shape to box.
It is.
I was
One
tired
round.
watching that shit.
Which is why I give Silva a lot of credit for 50 years old. He's not even a real
What?
boxer either. For 50
Have
years
you ever
old.
boxed?
I was just saying that fight, both sides were going to be sore in the morning. No matter who won or lost that fight, that was an unk fight. In the morning, there's
remember
going to be a
being-
lot of Bengay and hot
I was
tubs.
around what 22, man, and me and my buddies we decided to stop boxing. I remember the first match, one round I was exhausted, man. It takes up all your energy.
Yeah, I don't like long fights.
I was in such good shape back then too, but jeez.
Some of the best fighters learn how to relax in the ring. It takes a certain mindset. Bernard Hopkins, James Toney were very relaxed fighters.
Yeah. You're using every muscle in your body.
A lot of fighters burn up their energy with just being nervous.
I want to see Jake versus McGregor. I think he could beat him.
That would be hilarious. I would
He's
love.
the-
I
the
think
fighting guy.
Paul.
I
I
don't think
think
so, actually.
it's Logan wants to fight McGregor.
I don't care about Logan.
Gregor's violent, bro.
I want
Logan
that.
Paul is a big boy though. You
McGregor
seen
actually
him
has some
lightweight
amateur
too?
boxing experience. I mean, Floyd carried him, but like
Floyd Mayweather. I never even
Yeah,
watched
Jake
that
needs to
fight.
take the
Was
fight
that
with
fight
smaller
any
guys.
good?
it depends how you look at it, I guess.
Fighting
It's
somebody that's
smaller.
crazy and technically trained is spooky business, bro.
I think Jake Paul's a better athlete than his brother. That's for sure. I mean, Logan. Logan's a better athlete than Jake.
They're both good natural athletes. I don't particularly like. I mean, I used to work for wrestling, but I don't watch it. But like, the guy is a good performer, Logan.
Yeah, he likes those high flying stunts, man.
He's
From the
annoying,
from
but
the top ring all the way up to the desk and everything. I like he grabs the drone and he'll do a backflip. It's pretty cool. He's entertaining.
Yeah, false move up is what I'm looking for, Chris. Yeah, the Epstein files came out, and then Trump said, just want to remind you guys that we're the most transparent country in the world. And I'm like, why? Because you released those documents that you told us didn't exist 3 months ago? You got forced and shit? But I haven't looked. I just assumed it's just 47 black pages. But I haven't even really looked. "47 black pages with a couple names that got thrown under the bus." You know why I never really gave it that much thought, right? Unless there's any specific evidence in them. Because, like, if you were to get a guest list of Diddy parties in the 90s and early 2000s, like, everybody and their mother's on that list, right?
Part of the danger of releasing that list, or releasing those files, is that Epstein knew so many people between West Palm Beach and New York and other places that there's so many people in it that aren't actually a part of anything that just show up in it.
Exactly.
That it people see it and they start running with it. Oh, he's involved. It becomes dangerous.
That's why
and then
people.
you have the fact that
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
The intelligence, Mossad, and other places that he might have been involved in as intelligence, which we know from when he was busted in the 2000s, when back then, High Federal Attorney Jim Acosta, when he dismissed it, he said it was because Epstein was intelligence.
Yeah.
Like, this is all facts.
It's just compromise, right? It's like what the Russians did. You have compromise agents that are meant to put people in sketchy situations, and then you use that as leverage.
That's exactly right. That's exactly.
Same thing with
So
Diddy on. I mean, with a Diddy on a smaller scale, people
it's
think
exactly the
too.
same thing.
Yeah.
It actually mirrors each other. And so there's a lot of complications releasing those files. But I mean, we're here now, so I guess we'll see what happens.
I'll tell you what. I've never been to a Diddy party, but I would have gone if I had been invited. That was the shit. And it's funny because now you hear all these people and they're like, well, we've got pictures of you with that. And everybody says the same thing. Everybody's like, yes, we went to the parties. We left by 1 or 2 because that's when shit got weird. Everybody knows if you stay too long, once Diddy pops out with his shirt off, it's time to go home. I don't know, bro. I don't care. I just assume everybody was in on it. So to the point where even if a list comes out, we don't trust it. Like whatever, y'all are all dirty.
I used to worry about like if the wrong people were in it, it would start like taking markings and stuff.
Yeah.
That was a real worry.
Nah, Empire haven't. I mean, Sui dropped, Soul recovered. Sui's sort of maintaining. Litecoin came all the way down to target. But other than that, we're just waiting to see. Soul actually recovered all right. I'm still suspecting though if Bitcoin dominance does the wrong thing, that we can come back down. This will just be a lower high. And then Link is going sideways at break. Let's see. Dominance takes another run up. They'll continue their move. But if it rolls over and comes back down into the range, then you could see some recoveries. Like we were saying, Jake is an early investor in Poly Market, and Joshua was sponsored by Poly for the fight. That whole thing was just a circular economy.
Boy, somebody banked. They sure were pushing that first and second round knockout hard.
Let's see what the let's see what we made out here. You know how mad the Joshua wins fight goes the distance people are? You were less than a minute away from cashing in. He knocked him out. It would have been so tight.
He seemed like he was trying to. He was just exhausted.
I'll check, bro. Zaki said. Let me see. Oh, it was probably my bad, honestly. I think I drew it on log. Give me a second. Let me redraw it. You don't want to draw your measured moves on log. See the difference?
760. I'll take it.
That's the measured move on log, but it still doesn't come up to a double top. I mean, that's the measured move on regular. That's the measured move on log. You don't want to take it on log. Yeah, always make sure. Always make sure that you're not on log. I say it, but I forget to do it too.
Hey, how about Alicia Baumgartner, huh?
Bro, I don't know where you're from, Jay, but your TV sucks, bro. You guys all watch American TV. Stop it. Your TV's probably boring as shit. That's why you watch the American theater. Where are you from? I've been overseas. You can't even watch TV. That shit is horrible. I don't even watch TV here, they'll tell you the truth. TV is like a YouTube machine. Jay, show us on this doll where America touched you. This is a safe place. We listen, but we don't judge. I'm just trying to figure out why you're so worked up about it. We're here to help. I can't tell you the last time I got worked up about the politics in the Netherlands. I'm gonna tell you what does piss me off though. Are those little frickin' wooden shoes. Some things are just not okay. I believe you though. Life is probably dope in the Netherlands. You had a rough time in American cities, JC. What happened? Where'd you go? Which was your least favorite city? What's good, Rebel? Would you have felt any different if everybody was wearing wooden shoes? Because if you say yes, that's racist. I would do faceless AI videos and just buy Bitcoin with my ad revenue. Pick a topic nobody's doing. The slow cooker, but once it gets going, it'll pay you forever, right? Or some sort of service. Yeah, I know. I know. But there's a reason why it's working, right? Like, yeah, I'm buying Circle probably on Monday. But guys, my Circle play, long-term play. Long-term play. Don't take me buying it to mean that I think it's going to do anything spectacular anytime soon. But I'm DCAing in. As long as the funds keep rising. Yeah. The first BTC I bought was from my old weed guy. Washington Square Park. It's as cartoon as you could imagine it, bro. Dark trench. You ever heard about Bitcoin? But no, like I had a good relationship with my guy, and he was honestly, he was just like, he kept coming out with some exotic shit, and the conversation was like, well, you know, how are you getting this? And then that went into Bitcoin and Silk Road, and then that went into me spending. Well, spending is a poor choice of words. That went into me blowing up a ton of Bitcoin. Just literally poof, up in smoke. Nah, when it comes to crypto, I'm keeping it cute, bro. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Sol, Litecoin, Link, Sui. Keeping it very, very tight. No, no long term, no accumulating. Those that I just mentioned are literally just for the dead cat bounce. Circle's the only thing that I plan on accumulating down through the bear market. And I'm taking very small nibbles on Circle, right? Like the type of buys that you make when you're expecting it and want it to go lower. But the last thing I'm gonna do is wait and try to catch the bottom on it. You know what I mean? I didn't even notice my camera was on. What's going on, yo? But I didn't do anything crazy. Yeah, we all go through it, Robo. Nah, there's only a couple things on YouTube that you got to worry about doing. The main one is anything having to do with firearms. speaking of under the desk. Like if I happened to pull it from under the desk and put it on top of the desk and the camera was on live, we'd have big issues. They don't play with that. Recorded videos, they don't care. You can make all types of gun videos and shit on YouTube. But on lives, you can't. You literally cannot move it from one place to the other. They don't care if it's not loaded. They don't care if you just cannot touch it and move it. I could have it up on the wall, right? I could have a bunch of ARs on the wall right there. Nobody would care. I can neither confirm nor deny. Yeah, I mean, I don't think YouTube cares if you smoke on cam. You can't make it like smoking based material, you know? You can't be like, so today, the strain of the day, you know what I mean? $5 bong rips for every super chat. That's exactly why I tell y'all, man. Like, being in the YouTube is fine, but eventually, you know, try to join the Discord because YouTube's cool right now with crypto shit, but they used to be cool with other shit before too. You know, and I've always got it in the back of my mind that one of these weeks or one of these months, somebody could do something stupid on their YouTube channel and screw it up for everybody else. That's not a bad idea, Robo. If you're already good, right? You got a printer, you're already tooled up. I know the lady that I bought my Bitcoin ornaments for my Christmas tree probably made bank this Christmas. Because them shits weren't cheap. And I can tell they came right off the printer, you know?
Oh yeah, I can make those.
And it probably wasn't a big machine either because they're not that big, right? Like, I think a small size machine would have been enough to make those ornaments. Tie a little ribbon on them. She put them in a cool little bag with some stickers and her card.
Do you buy them separately?
Nah, they came out. Well, they were. Yeah, it was a per ornament price for sure.
I wonder how much that would be.
It was $2.99 an ornament.
Oh, that seems fair.
Yeah, I mean, she probably spent 25 cents per. That's a good come up. Do that 100,000 times. It's funny. Yeah, we're trying to power up, bro. That's me frantically sending messages to Market Maker, but they keep sending me the voicemail. Yeah, that dial-up internet tone. And it's not even a machine, it's just them. I can hear them picking up the phone. They're like, I'm like, guys, I can hear you in the background. Just laugh and hang up on me. When Drew's Romanian billionaire stopped picking up the phone, we should have known something was up. Always dual monitors if you can afford dual monitors. Always dual monitors, bro. At the very least, I'm not one of these guys that says the more screens, the higher the ROI. Directly proportionate to how many screens you have. Like, no, bullshit. But two, yeah, two at least, at the very least. I cannot function without at least 3 monitors. That's my bare minimum. But that's because I'm streaming, right? So one of them is for you guys. You guys literally hijacked one of my monitors, by the way. Just took it over. But if I had to get by with only 2, I could. One, it's like you can. I mean, I traded on a laptop for the longest, bro. But it saves time. Right? You can track several things at once. You can track several time frames if you need to on the same asset. You can do research without taking your eyes off your charts, is important. Right? Sometimes lack of real estate brings down the amount of trades you could be in, right? You're in a trade that you're watching closely, but you've got a free monitor to the side to search, right? Find something else, maybe get into a second trade. Without that, you're flipping off of your main screen from an active trade that you're in. Chances are you're not going to spend too much time looking for other things, or you shouldn't, right? Like, you need to focus on what you're looking at. That's why I like the 49-inch. Like, if you want to cheat, just get 2 49-inches. Because you can split those up into 4 regular size screens if you wanted to. In my opinion, the perfect screen size is a 32-inch regular format, not ultra wide. These 2 up here, these are 32-inch flats. Regular that's the most pixel per dollar you're gonna get. Remember, when you do wide screens, you get more pixels on the side, but they chop pixels off the top and the bottom. And so it's actually like less real estate. They look cool, right? Looks cool. But honestly, a flat wall of 4 of those would be perfect. Functional wise, right? It'd be the most functional. Yeah, it looks cool. Like, it looks cool. But honestly, this part of the 49-inch on this side hardly ever even gets used.
I find it impressive that you can work with 2 screens.
Now, I have to put an asterisk on that and say my ADHD probably helps when it comes to that, bro. My ADHD is the happiest when I'm sitting in my office, because there's enough side shit to pay attention to that I can hyper focus on one thing. Like, when you have ADHD, it's weird, right? Like, at least for me, I'll speak for myself. You have a superpower where you can hyper focus, but to hyper focus, you need to entertain the rest of your brain, or it'll start to like talk to you and say like weird shit and distract you. And so having stuff around you to where you can pay attention to 2, 3 things at once actually helps you hyper focus. Or me, helps me hyper focus anyways. I was like that. I noticed that the first time when I would study for school, like I couldn't study in a quiet room. I needed TV on, I needed music on. Right, there had to be some shit going on in the background, and then I could hyper focus on studying. A TV is not a bad idea either, Robo, because so if you're going more than 2 screens, the third screen, a TV isn't a bad idea. Because usually on your third screen, you're not really working on that screen. You're throwing something up on that screen that you're watching, but you're not really on your mouse working on that screen, right? Because the lag on TVs is what kills you. But if you just work on a chart on one of your screens and then just throw it up into the TV, right? Scroll it up into the TV. Well, if you don't get the screens and then figure out what to put on them, right? If you're gonna get multiple screens, it should be because you've already noticed what you need. Every time you hit Windows, right, having another screen is a time where you don't have to tab out. So just pay attention to how much you tab out. Right? How often are you switching from charts to charts to charts? For me, I've got Bitcoin on my main chart, on my main screen, and then I've got alts that I'm watching. If I got any open trades, right, on the 49 inch, I usually have them like split up, and then I'll have my research screen where I'm reading, looking at news, shit like that, and then I have a fourth screen to just throw up whenever if I'm in too many trades at once. But on a normal day, I don't even use them all. On a normal day when I'm in like maybe 2 or 3 trades, I've got one on my main screen, the 2 are on the side screen. And then I'm doing research because the 49 interest, so I can have like 2, 3, 4 charts on this thing and still do research on the other half. It's more about pixel space than screen size, right? Like how much pixel real estate do you have? Not how many monitors do you have?
I hate switching between time frames. I like having 5 screens because I like to be able to keep like certain Bitcoin time frames or intervals, whatever you want to call them,
Mm-hmm.
all at the same time. I'm not great at like remembering, like if I remember in my head or something like that, like what everything I just saw. I have to keep refreshing my.
That's definitely the most useful. Yeah, having different time frames up.
So yeah, I have 5 screens plus the laptop next to me in addition.
Shit, they've got those extensions for laptops now that are cool as shit. You seen them? It clips on the back. And it's got like 2 screens that fold
You can
out.
extend. Yeah, actually, I do have one of those also in case I go somewhere.
That's a nice little like travel setup.
I can't say I've actually used it yet though.
The biggest difference, though, the biggest change you're gonna feel is going from 1 screen to 2 screens. Yeah, going from 1 screen to 2 screens, you'll be like, "How did I live without this?" 2 screens to 3 screens is cool, but you know. There you go. That projector could be your third screen, bro. Like I said, if it's anything, projectors are the same as the TV, right? There's a tiny little bit of lag. If you're not a gamer, maybe you won't notice it. If you're a hardcore gamer, you're gonna notice the lag is gonna drive you crazy. But if it's just something to throw up a chart, right? You've already worked on the chart, you're just watching it play out. You can throw it up on the big screen and then work on the other charts. What's going on, Christian? Yeah, we were to come down to 86.7, it would be. But right now, it's this W is still active here. We're in the weekend trap though, so I'm not really expecting too much movement. There's a small chance that this uptrend pushes us out for a deviation. Quick grab on this liquidity, but we'll see. Yeah, the W is here. Remember, small fractal into larger fractal into larger fractal into now larger fractal. And this is how price breathes. Remember, our first W was down here. And then that broke out. The retracement from that breakout gave us this W. Right? And then that broke out. The retracement from that breakout gave us this W. Then that broke out. And now the retracement from that breakout and that's what we mean by the fractal nature of higher low pivots. Like a beautiful bullish snowflake.
That's what they call me.
What they used to call you in high school.
There goes that beautiful snowflake.
What's going on?
I'm just playing video games. Watching you draw W's.
How is it? What game are you playing? I know you hooked this shit up.
Oh, I'm not playing that. That's more of like a lunch break or a 10-minute break from work. Just
Wah, wah. I'm not really about that old school life, that retro life.
I am, but you know what's crazy is how my muscle memory just came right back. It was like, dang, I could remember where to jump. I could remember where to, and then I realized, oh, it's because you have to literally, you have to beat so many levels before you can even get to a save point. It's not like you can just press start and save or.
I know, I remember that shit. Leaving your game on, you come home and your parents turn that shit off for some reason.
Yeah, you
And the
still leave it
crazy
on.
part is, let me tell you how bad it was, because I was so poor that by the time I got Super Nintendo, people were already on freaking Xbox One. Like I was getting, so playing that shit
360? You mean 360
or whatever, yeah, whatever the first one was, 360,
Oh,
yeah,
that's just no, the first one was just
the big
Xbox.
brick.
Yeah, it's Xbox and then Xbox 360 came out.
Mm-hmm. But I was always like years behind until I actually was able to buy shit for myself.
Me too. Me too. We rented most of our video games growing up for the weekend. I only owned like 2. So I think my inner child's like, buy all the video games because you didn't get them as a kid.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting dopamine off of. Now I've got like 4 or 5 sealed video games that are just in my library now. And they're there. And I had to talk to ChatGPT because I was like, hey, should I feel guilty about spending money on these games that I don't have time to play? And it was like, no, think of those as like books in a library, and you're not in the mood to play that one. But when you're in the mood to play this or that one, it'll be there available to you. And it's more about the hours that you're paying for entertainment. And so maybe you don't feel like watching that show and you switch the channel to watch a different show because you're in the mood to play that. I was like, yeah, because I was like, I gotta beat this one before I can move on to the next one, or else I'm wasting it. You know?
You're absolutely right. Your AI is just telling you what you want to hear.
Mhm.
I think you're right.
Mhm.
You gotta play that shit.
Yeah, thanks for that.
I always said that when I had kids, I was gonna make them start from the first game system, and they couldn't move to the next game system until they beat the games. Like, you're not just gonna be born and come right into a Xbox, 10,000 Supreme. You gotta feel the pain. Yeah, you're going back to games that I didn't even have to play. And make you play Pong and freaking tanks or whatever that was. Bloop, bloop. Go back to that shit. Make you appreciate the
You
new
were not
games.
playing no Pong.
No, that's what I'm saying. I make them play games that I didn't even play. I make
Oh,
them play. What was that one that people had to play in school?
Oregon Trail?
Yeah, with the people that ate each other. Yeah, make them play Oregon Trail.
Is that and where on earth is Carmen San Diego? Maybe some Minesweeper? Some Galactic Pinball?
That's the one that's like Space Invaders, right?
Yeah. Space Invaders. That's what I meant. Yeah. So to answer your question, I'm playing Arc Raiders on my PS5.
I've been seeing people stream that lately.
Yeah, I won the best multiplayer game award. So it's like $40, so I decided to try it out. It's pretty cool. I like dystopian survival games. It's smart too because the devs put an algorithm in it. So if you're like a PvPer and you shoot other people, then it puts you in lobbies where there's other people just like you. But if you're more of a PvE person and you're just trying to like do quests or maybe you help people figure out their quests, then they'll put you in lobbies with those people. It's not 100%, but
Skill-based matchmaking. I used to hate that shit on Call of Duty.
yeah, but exactly. Like if I want to shoot and kill people, I'll just go play Call of Duty. It's not what I want to play.
Nah, like we'd be playing Call of Duty and we'd be killing it all day, and then the skill-based matchmaking would start putting us in these insane lobbies, and then we'd have to spend like half an hour just playing shitty, just to get back down to the noobs. You could throw it. It was nasty. We were nasty back in the days. We used to like wreck our own ping just to get put in the easy lobbies, or sit there and just have a throwaway game. We just got wrecked.
They kind of have that in here where if you load out with a bunch of really expensive gear, then they'll match you up with other people that have that in their inventory too. But if you go in there with like a free loadout, which is basically empty except for some bandages and like one gun, then you'll load out with other people that are like novices. It's not like a complete game. They're constantly rolling out different updates. Like right now, everyone's racing to do ones that have been playing it a while. They've maxed out on everything, and I think it's like a race to 5 million like currency, and then you reset. It's sort of like a prestige in Call of Duty, and then you get like a special skin that's limited. Proves that you did it. Permanent slots in your inventory.
Yeah. Stopping volume candle on the 5 minute. If we invert it, right? I feel like we're more used to catching falling knives here. So there's your stopping volume candle on the 5 minute. There's your matching volume spike. There's your higher low. Right? But it's a slow breaking W. Slow breaking W's become bear flags. Right, so you technically haven't had your break yet. That would be your trigger. That would be a measured move. And this would be your invalidation. Right. Now if we put the chart back like how it's supposed to be, that's what we would expect. If that uptrend doesn't hold, we hold support on that uptrend, we can keep building out. That's cool.
It almost doesn't look like a pump to sell. You know, we've been like kind of selling pumps, but it's holding like.
Yeah, my ears perked up today when we didn't get a huge drop at 10. I mean, we came down, but the selling pressure was nothing compared to what it was the last almost 6 weeks. Right at 10 o'clock from Monday to Thursday, or from Monday to Friday at 10 o'clock in the morning, 4 out of 5 times they dumped on us. So seeing that slow down was interesting, especially seeing that slow down after the rate hike from Japan. I don't know, Dirty. We're going to see, but it doesn't look good. Need to get some aggressive buyers coming through the tape right now. If not, we're going to take out this daily open. 800 EMA. If we come into these liquidations, we'll be back to our SR, which is the bottom of our weekend. Excuse me, the bottom of our weekend trap. Pay attention to the liquidations inside of the weekend trap. You know, I'm always talking about being good market participants and making sure that your liquidations or your stop losses aren't in between market maker and market maker motivations, right? These guys are sitting inside of the weekend trap, 100x long. We know what the weekend trap does 9 times out of 10, right? Top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range. These are not good market participants. These guys are pushing the envelope, and they usually get spanked for it. Now what'll happen is as they come down and grab these licks, these guys will get carried away and start shorting. And then it'll be exactly the same thing, but inverted. And they'll come up and get them, and then we'll keep dancing this dancey dance until we get some aggressive buyers on the books. Now, as far as alts go, you want Dom coming down on this move down. Best case scenario. If Dom holds and pops up as Bitcoin retraces, then we can start to expect, where is it? We can start to expect some of these that haven't hit target yet to make their moves. Right, Litecoin's already come down, but Sol, Link, Sui, and ETH. ETH popped up, but it hasn't invalidated that M pattern yet. Literally rejected off the invalidation. Right. So the thesis is Bitcoin comes to the bottom of the range and dominance continues to go up, then these altcoin M patterns will break down. You might be able to delay it a little bit if dominance comes down with Bitcoin, but honestly, a couple of them are going to make the move whether dominance drops or not, in my opinion. Bum, 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 ba-dum.
Mario.
It's a me.
That's some elite music right there.
Why is the game typing for me and the game's not even on right now? Weird. Nah, I don't know why I was doing that. It's weird. This is the retest of that uptrend break here and the 50. Excuse me. Yeah, they're gonna look even weaker if dominance doesn't come down here. You see the up candle on Dom, down candle on BTC. That's not gonna be good when you come over here. Dewey's threatening the lows. ETH is threatening support. Sol is breaking its uptrend. Gotta restart the stream here in about 10 minutes. Yeah, remember guys, all the coins that we looked at earlier, right? All of our ETF picks, they're looking weak if Dom stays above this line. Bitcoin's not a big deal. We're looking for Bitcoin to come down to the bottom of the weekend trap. Par for the course, right? It's just 1 minute. But that is going to put some fuel into the drop. Right, Sol's already broke its uptrend. Sui, if Sui doesn't hold this 200, it's coming down a target. Litecoin, I'm still looking for a higher low on Litecoin. Type 2 entry. Looking for type 1 entries on everything else. Jasmine, I don't think is going to make this move. Jasmine's been holding up. That a little bit of relief from Japan has treated Jasmine quite nicely. Goes Litecoin. I either get a higher low or I get stopped out. Soul, you said? It's starting. It broke that trend. It just needs to retest it. Slow breaking W's create bear flags. This was your W pattern. Broke out slowly. Bullshitted for too long. Slow breaking W's create bear flags. Need a break and a confirmation of that break. Right, so this is just target one here.